Thank you so much for your patience while we sorted out the technical challenges that we have been having. Everything is all good to go, and we really appreciate that you have been waiting and that you're ready and raring to go. So it's time to say welcome to the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council's Pre-COP26 Youth Summit. Now, this event is only one of its kind in Jamaica this year. It provides a platform for young climate champions to be a part of setting the Jamaican youth agenda for COP26. And that's going to be held in Glasgow from October 31 to November 12. Let me tell you a little about the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council. It was founded in 2017. It's a youth volunteer organization, and it's an affiliate of the Climate Change Advisory Board. Now, since its inception, the JCCYC has aimed to create and build awareness among young people about the effects of climate change. In addition, the JCCYC is committed to building the capacity of more young people to become climate champions in their own organizations, schools, or communities. Now, today is the third day of our Pre-COP26 Youth Summit, and it was created by the youth, for the youth. And we've spent days 1 and 2 learning about the intersectionalities of climate change and different aspects of society. So today we're here ready for action. And today's mission is to hear from our young people what their priorities are ahead of COP26. And we want to provide an opportunity for our leaders to hear directly from them. So we're going to have 2 youth panels featuring some of our local youth climate champions, followed by a leadership town hall where we're going to hear from our leaders. And this event is being sponsored by the British High Commission, the EU delegation to Jamaica, and the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. We want to thank you so much for joining us and for being patient, whether it is that you're on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Zoom. Make sure that you keep up with the conversation and join us on the JCCYC's social media channels. That's at Our Footprint JA, and using the hashtags, hashtag Pre-COP26, hashtag JCCYC Pre-COP, hashtag COP26, hashtag Youth Climate Summit. So it's time to really kick off the formal part of our proceedings, the meat of the matter, with our first youth panel. And it's Next Gen Green Entrepreneurship to Tackle Climate Change. Now, when we talk about climate change, it's easy to become overwhelmed by the many, many problems that climate change causes. However, it's really important that we also focus on the solutions. Now, these 4 young people that we're going to be speaking with are shining examples of how the next generation has been finding solutions to the climate change problem. We have with me on stage, Gishawn Johnson, Head of Research for Key Farms, and joining us virtually are Adrian Watson, owner and founder of Honeybees Apiary, Damani Thomas, owner and founder of Carbon Attack Attract, and Yakini Wallen Bryan, CEO and founder of Pre-Labs. Thanks to all of you for joining us. Each of these youth entrepreneurs has been allotted 7 minutes to give us an overview of their businesses and to tell us how each of their businesses ties into tackling climate change in Jamaica. So I'll now hand over to them for them to make their presentations, and we'll follow up with a question and answer session. Adrian Watson is going to kick off first, and he is one of our virtual participants.
Thanks, Ms. Porter. So I'm Adrian Watson, the CEO of Honeybees Apiary. So Honeybees Apiary was formerly a urban beekeeping business based in Seaview Gardens. I recently moved my apiary to St. Anne, the Garden Parish. So one of the ways in which Honeybees Apiary is approaching the solutions to climate change is by setting an example where we're prototyping our bamboo beehives, right? And then we're also training young people in beekeeping and also making sure that our apiaries are green. We started out in CV Gardens, where we tested the creation of a green space with an urban apiary, where we learned how to um, put in place a urban beekeeping protocol, which I'm still documenting. And of course, we tested already the bamboo beehive, the Colorado top bar hive, which I'm now actually seeking some sponsorship to um, build that out into a wide um, market level wide prototype where I can now offer to the market. One of the reasons why I wanted to do this is that for my home community in particular, we suffer from a lot of garbage pollution coming through Sandy Gully and the gullies that pass through Seaving Gardens itself. And the Seaving Gardens itself has become a dust bowl. With some recent government projects that came through the community, some of the soils were upturned. And I just wanted to see how a social enterprise like mine could actually um, uh, contribute to that. We then, through the nonprofit arm of my business, started the Jamaica Environmental Entrepreneurship Advocacy Network. Thanks. Sorry? Yeah, so through the nonprofit arm of my business, we started Gene, where earlier this year we trained um, about 29 young persons in solutions designing. And I'm so happy to see Jishan on the stage with you, because he was one of the beneficiaries of one of our sub-grant programs to scale out his parts of his business. And the reason for that was we felt like we needed to, with the impacts of COVID-19 on our business in terms of not being able to go out and do the beekeeping training program, we wanted to make sure that persons had access to how to pivot and innovate around the climate change, because we focused mostly on SDG 13, SDG 14, and SDG 15, which covers climate action, life below water, and life on land. And so we were able to give funding to 4 teams. Well, it was initially supposed to be 5, but 4 teams, about $4,000 in total in grant funding. And through our beekeeping training program in 2019, we were able to train 22 students from the Village Academy School of Agriculture, where actually one of the participants is now starting his own apiary, and we've continued on to train 2 additional persons as apprentices, and they're now working for me by maintaining my apiary since I'm away in the UK doing my master's in conservation and land management. And so with that being said, we are taking a more social approach to solving climate change, because we first and foremost believe that we need to get buy-in from other young people to solve this and equip them with the skills that they can build out their own ideas. And I firmly believe that as an ecosystem-based social enterprise, the only way to solve for for the social ills of climate change is by protecting the ecosystem, because it provides ecosystem services that we all depend on. Clean water resources that we all drink. Being able to plant trees which sequesters carbon, and also providing the food that we eat. So my own business provides the pollination services for that, and making sure that the genetic resources to proliferate the more drought-resistant crops and trees in our urban and rural landscapes are maintained, because we cannot depend on monocropping. And what better way to do that than through providing the pollination services, through making sure that our bees are healthy and are thriving in a healthy ecosystem. And finally, I'd like to say that one of the reasons why I moved my apiary to St. Anne is that I want to be able to see what I can do there in terms of the building back the ecosystem where Clapham, where my family is based, the older generation of my family is based. It's a mining community, and so I want to be able to go there where there are some effects of deforestation through the bauxite industry, to see if we can do beekeeping there, and also do what we did in Sea Regards by putting in more trees and seeing if we can earn an income through the restoration of ecosystem services in a community like that. And still be able to set up a workshop where we can still eventually employ persons from urban communities like Civic Gardens, because we cannot forget our origins and our start. So that is it from me. And I'll let the other presenters present, and then I'll wait for your questions and responses.
Again with some connection problems. So let's see if we can work in the immediate space where we are. And the gentleman beside me is Gishan Johnson. I'm really excited to hear about his project. So Gishan, let's see if we can have you step into the space and share with us your passion.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me, Paula. And I also want to thank the JCCYC for inviting me here this afternoon to present on behalf of Key Farms. I have a presentation set up for you guys, so let me see if I can get started. PowerPoint.
Our technical team is just bringing there we go.
All right, so I think this is the second slide. Just to again reiterate that my name is Gishan Johnson, and I lead the research department at Key Farms. Key Farms is an aquaculture and ocean farm based here in Jamaica, and for the time being based in Portland. So Key Farms is basically a coupling of environmentalists, environmental activists, and tech people, basically. And we pride ourselves as climate farmers. So we approach our solutions or business or entrepreneurship from these problem or these point of view. So the first one here, you see that greenhouse gas emission. Over 40 gigatons of greenhouse gas was emitted over the past 10 years. Jamaica is a low emitter of greenhouse gases, of carbon dioxide, but we are affected tremendously by this as a small island developing state. If we could just go back to the other slide, please. Also, oh, my apologies. Let me just go back. Right. So, going back to what I was saying, is that Jamaica is affected tremendously by greenhouse gas emission, and we are one of the lowest emitter of carbon dioxide. This has tremendous negative effects for countries globally, but especially biodiversity or depleting biodiversity because of carbon dioxide, the increasing greenhouse gases. We all know that there's an increase in atmospheric temperatures and an increase in oceanic temperatures. And this has spiraling effect in terms of ocean acidification, rising sea levels, and also a depletion of fish stock. So we came up with four main solutions, or from a four-pronged solution. So the first one is capturing or sequestering carbon dioxide. So at Key Farms, we are cultivating and harvesting seaweed, or what's locally called sea moss, and also along with oysters. Oyster is a filter feeder. Now, in the future, we also hope to add to our multi-trophic, or should I say 3D farming as it's being called, where you farm a bit of seaweed, sea vegetation, or sea vegetables called sea moss in this case, and other filter feeders such as mussels, oysters, etc. But for now, we've started with sea moss and oysters. Secondly, we also hope with this business to add a bit of what we say, to prolong or restore ocean health. A lot of climate action is focused on the land, and very few times do we focus on what's below water. And Key Farms has intentions to kind of tackle these problems, life below water. So we hope by adding filter feeders and adding sea moss to a small area of ocean plot to kind of regenerate and restore the ecology there. There's also a blockchain mechanism, and that might have environmentalists going off a bit because we're not very, well, most of us are not very savvy with how does blockchain work with environment and environmental activism. Well, as I said earlier, is that we've partnered with key persons within the field of technology. As a matter of fact, our founder, Nicholas Key and Dean Morris, have a very strong background in technology. And myself, the strong background in environmental science, have come together to kind of formulate these solutions. So I'll discuss a bit more about the blockchain mechanism further on. Lastly, our network facilitation. We want to decentralize this idea. We want other coastal communities to benefit from what we're doing. But first, we have to get to our feasibility study or pilot study. And we hope to get them under an umbrella where we're able to build out an industry in the future. Also to act as a middleman where we're able to share knowledge, share pros and cons from what we would have done in the pilot stage. And also to act as a middleman to sell or trade the benefits, their seaweed, their carbon, their nitrogen, their biodiversity benefits. So growing and selling of produce. So if you could see the figures to the right, that speaks to the carbon market and to the global seaweed market, there are significant amounts. The seaweed market is at 15 billion USD, and the carbon trading market of $272 billion. So we're trying to tap into that. If you know seaweed, or if you've been savvy with seaweed, you know it has a multiple of uses. It can be used for biochar and activated carbon. And persons who know biochar know that it's used as a soil remediation material. And soil remediation and soil health will become an increasing factor in the future as climate change continues to hammer small island developing states such as Jamaica. Bioactivated carbon, which is basically, we're also experimenting with using sea moss, and in particular, sargassum, to kind of as a raw material for biochar. There's also oysters as filter feeder, as I said, very useful in terms of restoring ocean ecology and also animal feed using seaweed. So our ocean farm network, we intend to train and provide economic empowerment to fisher folk to start their own ocean farms regionally and locally. Our blockchain mechanism, incentivizing climate change action by tokenizing carbon, nitrogen, and biodiversity credits. Biodiversity is it's basically quantifying and qualifying what an ocean farm can do in a plot of a sea area. So triple bottom line effects or impact: social, environmental, and economic. Estimates earnings per month for fisher folks is at 1,500 USD. Currently, fisher folks using the conventional methods earn way less than this. or progress up to cohort. June 21, we have identified potential carbon credit buyers. But back in March 21, we have identified supply chain node buyers of ocean farm produce. These are our advisors. We're also partnered with the Alligator Head Foundation for our pilot studies. And this is the team, Nicholas Key and Dean Morris, the founders, myself, head of research, and joined with Shauna, Chelsea, and April, with strong background in chemistry, biology, and ecology. This is our future roadmap. By 2022 July, development of blockchain carbon credit mechanism. And basically, Key Farms is all about creating sustainable livelihoods while regenerating life underwater. I want to thank you guys for giving me a listening ear. My name is Gishan Johnson. You can find us at keyfarms.com or email us at info@keyfarms.com. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Creating sustainable livelihood, sustainable businesses. And that is the way that we need to go.
Indeed.
And it's coming from the youth. What I love too is the gender balance in your team. Now we're going to see if we can jump back to our virtual presenters. We'd like to go to Yakini and Damani. As soon as those are sorted out, then we will head back there. But thank you so much to Adrian, who was able to present earlier, and also Gishan. We have Damani. Damani is available. Now, Damani Thomas is the owner and founder of Carbon Attract. That's an interesting name, and I'm looking forward to hearing about this business. Hello, Damani.
Hi, miss. You hearing me? Are you
Making
hearing
the
me?
connection, Damani Thomas. We can see the presentation. I'm just waiting to hear.
Are you hearing me?
We're hearing you now, Damani. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Go ahead, Damani. We're hearing and seeing.
So here I am. So small island developing states are the most vulnerable and first to feel the effects of climate change. Isn't it only fair that we be the ones to provide the solutions to save the world and profit from it, rather than wait to be rescued? Good day. I'm Damani Thomas, the founder and CEO of the Carbon Neutral Initiative. The climate crisis professionals founded to tackle global environmental issues and help other countries reach their sustainable development goals through the creation of climate resilient technologies. Now, under the Paris Agreement, nations aim to keep global warming at 1.5 degrees. But with current climate commitments, temperatures can expect to rise more than 3 degrees this century, leaving families, homes, and civilizations devastated. The Carbon Neutral Initiative aims to mitigate this. Now, we face a plethora of problems. The transport sector is the largest contributor to carbon emissions, causing global warming and climate change. We also face soil degradation through poor agriculture and mining activities, increasing temperatures as we can feel. Nations are really failing to meet their Paris Agreement commitments, and a threat to public health because respiratory issues caused by the exhaust from cars, which claims over 4 million lives globally, unchecked air pollution because there is no solution on the market to serve as a regulation against exhaust. Now, have you ever noticed the difference in air quality in the mornings before commuting hours as opposed to after? Imagine a world where we could have that fresh air all hours of the day and not just before everyone else starts moving. Now, allow me to introduce you to the Carbon Attack filter. The Carbon Attack filter is a biodegradable carbon capture filter designed specifically for vehicles. After capture, the waste from this cartridge has value and can be used to rehabilitate acidic or dying soil, improving soil for agriculture or reforestation. Now, in our prototype, we have accounted for efficiency, user-friendliness, and using smart engineering, maximizing design aesthetics, making it compact without compromising functionality. As you can see, we support many SDGs. Now, how does it work? It's easily retrofitted. The Carbon Attack traps hazardous carbon oxides, nitrous oxides, and sulfur, and lead to lower adverse effects to public and environmental health by trapping these greenhouse gases before they get into the air. After that, we collect the waste from the used filter and add it to the soil as organic fertilizer. in a revolutionary application of a carbon circular economy, using the waste as a valuable resource. Now, the carbon attack filter reduces emissions by 75% and increases the car's performance by preventing backlogging of exhaust, giving you more mileage. With our filter, you will be carbon compliant, so you will be able to drive your vehicle as governments seek to decarbonize transportation, so you won't need to buy an expensive electric vehicle. The transport sector is responsible for 8 billion tons of carbon each year, which accounts for 29% of total carbon emissions, making it the largest contributor. The average car emits about 4.6 tons of carbon annually. With the carbon attack filter fitted, we can bring this number down to 1.4 tons a year, which translates to 3 billion tons of carbon removed a year globally. And within our beachhead market, which is Jamaica, we can save up to 2 million tons in emissions each year and put those harmful chemicals somewhere that it is needed as nutrients in the soil. Now, other technologies of filter are twice as expensive, yet are single use. Our filter have much more applications, such as being upcyclable and recyclable. Our product is made from biodegradable essential minerals and is readily compostable. Now, in our beachhead market, we have 600,000 potential customers at a $19 million market valuation. The US market with over 108 million passenger cars with a $2.88 billion market valuation, and worldwide 1.3 billion vehicles with a $40 billion market valuation. Now, our innovation also has a massive scale of potential. We have a business to government market, which is environmentally progressive countries seeking to profitably meet their Paris Agreement commitments. And we have a business to business market, such as car manufacturers, companies that use scrubber technologies, and companies seeking to decarbonize their distribution chain. Now, this is our financials. Now, our product is cheaply produced with a 300% profit per unit sold, being that all resources are locally sourced in abundance and of high quality. We seek to secure $4.4 million in profits in our fifth year with 20% of the beachhead market. Now, our key drivers are product costs, raw material costs, and the amount of customers. Now, we have done our market research as this one of our attractions, and we have done a survey with over 220 respondents, and we also interviewed 20 taxi drivers asking their views and thoughts on the filter. We asked if they have struggled with exhaust emissions, the price they are willing to pay, and their thoughts on air quality regulations. And we have found that interviews have been triggered by exhaust in some way, and they are willing to pay more than twice the expected price. And the Gen Z and millennial generation are very serious about climate action, as this very summit is proof of that. Now, we also have our prototype. We have completed our prototype testing. We have a video to show if there is time. What we need funding. We need to complete our final stages of the beta testing and a small scale production here in Jamaica. We need to do international patenting and get law and engineering consultations. Now, meet my team. Myself, Damani Thomas, the founder, inventor, and CEO with 6 years experience in research. Our COO, Valentina Nicholson, who majors in communication and business, also responsible for our secretary competencies and public relations. And finally, our computer genius, Adain Denton, who is a model developer and web developer. Now, we dream to earn $4 million in 5 years, develop Jamaica to a more sustainable nation using our carbon circular solutions, and replant forest lands damaged by mining operations. And that is the end of my presentation. And here is the prototype testing. Now, in this.
Thank you so much, Damani.
Yes, so to explain this, we have two outlets. As you can see, this is a two-step engine with it, which is very inefficient, more inefficient than car engines. And so there are two outlets, one without the filter, one with the filter. And this was our first prototype. And it was made from very feeble materials, yet it still works very well. And we have augmented this filter twice. So we are very far in our models. So that's the end of our presentation.
Thank you, Damani. That, if we can get that going, that has so much promise for this fight against climate change. We appreciate it. And thanks to our presenters so far. We've been taking questions on our social media platforms, and we do have one question that we're going to throw, and we'd love for all three of you to answer, if you can, for us, please. Let me start with you since you're right here. Gishan, what support do you need from the government? Can you tell us maybe your top 2 things that you would love from the government to help you with this process?
Right. Thank you so much for that question. Right off the bat, we would appreciate financial support and, of course, technical support. For the most part, we have been reaching out to several agencies and technocrats within government, and we've gotten a bit of feedback, especially from the technical side. In terms of financial support and grants, so that's where we would need the bulk of our support.
All right. And we're going to jump online to Adrian. Adrian, can you tell us what are the top 2 ways in which the government can help you at this time?
So I would want to refine the financial support in terms of creating some kind of endowment fund for local green entrepreneurs in a results-based financing mechanism scheme. And then, of course, by creating an incubation lab, coming out of that funding scheme itself to support on green entrepreneurs like myself, equipped with the kind of equipment that I can use to prototype.
Understood. And I'm sure that there are persons listening and watching who can help you in this effort. Our third and final presenter, we heard you mention, Damani, that you wanted consultations, you wanted some consultations. I remember engineering was one of them. Are there any other ways? Are there 2 ways in which the government can help you that you haven't mentioned so far?
All right, so the major way the government can help us, well, help me, is just to take the innovation seriously. You know, we as green entrepreneurs, we work very hard to bring these things to the table because the government themselves asks for these solutions. So what I would want is for them to actually take it seriously. And what would really help my solution forward is a bit of policy, because the carbon attacker track was created to serve the Clean Air Act as a regulation to decarbonize transport. So that's what I would really want from the government.
Thank you very much for that. And we'll be having the right people in the town hall meeting later on who can help to show how we can make those relevant changes in legislation and so on to help that to happen. So thanks again to our presenters. We are going to be moving across. Remember, if you have additional comments or questions, please go ahead and post them and on any of our platforms using the hashtags Pre-COP26, JCCYC Pre-COP, COP26, or Youth Climate Summit. All those hashtags will apply. Now, we're going to be closing out this first session and moving to session number 2 as we go through the program this afternoon. The Youth Climate Agenda is the next thing that we're going to be looking at. It's a very special item on our program today. And in truth, what's happening is that young people are the generation that's going to have to live climate change. So today, we are going to be having a conversation we'll be hearing from 2 high school students who will be sharing with us the Youth Climate Agenda in their own voices. I know they are seated in our audience at this time. We're going to be stepping across to bring them to the stage to see how we can have them make that presentation for us. So don't forget that today is the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council's Pre-COP26 Youth Summit, and the only event of its kind in Jamaica this year. What we're doing is providing a platform for young climate champions to be a part of setting the Jamaica Youth Agenda for COP26. And that's going to be held in Glasgow later this year, October 31 to November 12. We want to really point out that the JCCYC, the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council, has been doing a lot of work to make this happen. It was founded in 2017. It's a youth volunteer organization, and it is an affiliate of the Climate Change Advisory Board. And this entire 3 days of activities is being produced for the youth by the youth. So let's bring two of those youth to speak at this time. Now, earlier this year, Jamaica was one of 6 countries selected to be a part of a UK-funded project called The Futures We Want. And it explored what a climate resilient future would look like. It merged both scientific data and the aspirations of citizens. Now, our presenters are going to talk about what they believe are the actions to be taken as a government and as private citizens to adapt to and also to mitigate the impacts of climate change as we race against the clock to achieve a net zero future. Our first presenter is Isabel Matthews. She's going to speak on citizens' actions, and she will be followed by Matthew Wilmot, who will speak from the government's standpoint. Isabel, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. As the effects of climate change become more apparent and destructive, we must find new ways to not only slow down climate change, but to adapt to it. Although this problem seems insurmountable, everyone has a role to play. What can we as citizens do to help mitigate and adapt to the effects of climate change? Jamaica, like any other small island developing states, is extremely vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Rising sea levels, extreme heat and drought, and tropical storms are all major threats. There are 5 major issues related to climate change in Jamaica that all require solutions that are measurable and achievable within a time frame. The first is, rural Jamaica is underdeveloped and in need of adaptations to bring solutions to climate change issues. Rural Jamaica is lacking in basic resources. There are many communities within the island that do not have access to electricity or to potable water. The second issue is urban Jamaica is contributing to the negative effects of climate change, with poor waste disposal and the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity that contribute to carbon emissions. Another issue facing climate change here is the agro industry, with the significant declining due to storm damage, flooding and drought, as well as heat stress in livestock. Jamaica's coast is also at great risk. There is not only a major attraction for tourists, but it also protects the land from storm surges and from erosion. Hurricanes have always been a major threat to Jamaica, but due to the changing climate, they're now stronger than ever. From our poor infrastructure to the fact that our economy is heavily dependent on tourism, Jamaicans have every right to fear this natural disaster. Many of our citizens are completely unaware of these effects climate change has had on our environment and how to adapt to these changes. However, with the proper education and further motivation, a net zero and climate resilient future is ahead of us. As patriots of Jamaica, if we want to see a bright and successful future for our country, a future that includes your children and grandchildren, measures must be taken now, as climate change is irreversible and needs to be addressed with urgency. Climate change, whether we want to believe it or not, is a problem that affects each and every one of us individually and as a whole. Because climate change tends to be spoken about on a global scale, many of our citizens do not see this as a problem that they can address individually. To attenuate the effects of climate change in Jamaica, it requires all its citizens to be more aware, educated, and involved so that they can be a part of the global solution. Some counter-arguments that speak to Jamaica are, climate change is a hoax. The problem is bigger than me. Climate change is propaganda of the developed countries to make poorer countries poorer. This is a problem of the future and not of the present. It's the work of the government and not of the common man. The average citizen cannot afford environmentally sustainable options. Someone may say that there is nothing on a small scale that citizens can do to help slow the effects of climate change. They may even say that one person trying to help does not make a big enough difference. Further, one may argue that climate change is a global issue, and a country as small as Jamaica will have no direct effects on the overall health of the planet. Others may argue that living a more sustainable life is not possible for the average citizen due to cost. We live in an age of misinformation, and there are lots of misrepresented data supporting these counterclaims. Recent confusing media and press releases relating to the mining in the cockpit country and government policy compromises relating to mining leases make many Jamaicans question and doubt the government's priorities in addressing climate change. The biggest economies in the world, such as China, United States, and Japan, are the biggest culprits of carbon dioxide emissions, which often creates a scenario for citizens of Jamaica, of developing countries like Jamaica, to ignore the scientific data on climate change as a hoax. The effects of the COVID-19 pandemic has one good thing to offer. The environmental indicators have been highly positive since the start of the pandemic. Tourism relies on natural ecosystems for its functioning: water, energy, agriculture, and the attractiveness of the environment, but also contributes to their depletion. These contrasting propositions of Jamaica needing tourism to flourish and speaking of sustainable ecosystems do not go well with many Jamaican citizens, only creating a divide in citizens' involvement in climate solutions. We just have to look at our receding shoreline in Helcher, in Harborview, or even in the North Coast like in the Grove, and you'll see that there is no contesting the rising ocean levels. If we continue in this way, sooner or later, Jamaica won't have a coastline. Look at the rising temperatures and the increasing extreme weather conditions we face on a yearly basis. Locally and globally, there is no contesting that the issues of climate change can no longer be ignored. The biggest threat we face to climate change is not so much the carbon emission, but the failure to admit that such a threat is imminent. We are at a juncture of now or never. This is the reason why young people like me and my colleagues cannot leave this to the older generation or to the future generation. We are in it together. Climate change is a global problem, but will require individual participation. It's everyone's problem. If enough citizens choose to make conscious choices in their daily lives to help, a significant difference can be seen. Not only that, but large companies are controlled by supply and demand. If there's no demand for goods which negatively impact the environment, then companies will be forced to produce more sustainably. Citizens have the power to vote. Vote for members of the government who will put in place better environmental policies. And although a lot of environmentally sustainable products are more expensive in the short term, they're often reusable and therefore will last longer than most mainstream products. Hence, you'll save money in the long run. Any effort can lead to change when it comes to climate change. There is no such thing as too small a country. As I said before, climate change is a global issue and therefore requires a global solution where all countries, including our small island of Jamaica and all its citizens, work to mitigate its effects. The visual effects that climate change has had on Jamaica serve as evidence on its own. If we look at images of beaches such as Helcher and Harborview 50 years ago versus now, there's a visible difference. Every year it said that this year is the hottest year to date. It's no secret that we've been having hotter summers and warmer Christmas seasons. We call it global warming for a reason. And the increasing temperatures are all direct effects of climate change on our world. The simple principle of supply and demand. The more demand for a product, the more will be supplied. Not only that, but with more of a demand for sustainable energy, the prices of these will decrease. The net zero future we so desperately need requires investments. Investing in sustainable energy resources such as solar energy, means lower electricity bills in the long run. Climate change cannot be resolved without taking calculated measures, some of which include using renewable energy and appliances that reduce power consumption and making use of the various receptacles provided by the government for waste. The Adopt a Beach program is an initiative founded by NEPO, allowing citizens to adopt a beach and clean it 4 times a year. This is a program that encourages citizens to look after their environment and promotes environmental consciousness, a way citizens can be a part of the fight against climate change. At this point in time, communities such as my own have implemented collection points where members of the community bring their plastic waste to be recycled, an example of citizens making active choices to better Jamaica's environment. It would be ignorant to believe that we as Jamaican citizens can do nothing to join the fight against climate change and make an impactful difference. If each individual makes conscious and informed decisions to better Jamaica's environment, then a notable change will be evident. It's not impossible, and it has been done in other countries. So why not Jamaica? So the grand solution, energy. Buy into renewable and sustainable resources. And remember, the market won't survive without demand. Neighborhoods can also collectively decide to use renewable energy plants, which will lead to a decrease in carbon emissions. Think, cooler summers, less floods, and less droughts, all by investing in sustainable energy. The land solution. Better your farming practices. Stay away from pesticides and fertilizers and try composting. Reduce, reuse, recycle. If we practice this, we will see a significant decrease in our landfills. Decreasing consumption of the overall island can not only lessen the strain on our economy, but can also lessen the strain on the environment. The food solution. Try changing your diet. It doesn't have to be a massive change, but take the time to look at the ingredients or source of the foods you're buying. Try support the small-scale farmers. Head to the farmers market to buy fresh produce and invest in more storm-resilient foods. The water solution. Implement your own rainwater harvesting systems for your own homes. There are simple changes you can make to your daily life that can have an effect on the climate change issue, such as using recyclable, compostable utensils instead of plastics. Turn off the lights and taps when they're not in use. Convince more people to take public transport or to carpool. Practice active traveling, walking and cycling, and use neighborhood watch programs to encourage safety and educate citizens on the dangers of where they live. Encourage community engagement. Maybe even plant a tree or grow a garden. There's so many things that we as citizens can do that can have such a significant impact on our country and on our world. Remember, climate change will have no mercy on anyone. It starts with you.
Matthews from Campion College as we race toward a net zero future, telling us what we can do as citizens. Also from Campion College, our next presenter is Matthew Wilmot, and he is going to speak from the government standpoint. Matthew, welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Good afternoon to the audience. Today I will be representing the Environmental Youth Forum, presenting on the government's response to Jamaica's environmental crisis. I have a PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to share with you all today that will guide me through this presentation. Okay, so climate change is the greatest challenge that our world faces today, and it is an imminent crisis. So Peter Garrett, the former minister for the environment in Australia, once said that climate change is such a huge issue that it requires strong, concerted, and consistent and enduring action by government. This led Tony Blair, the former Prime Minister of Britain, said that a challenge so far-reaching in its impact and irreversible in its destructive power that it alters radically human existence. There is no doubt that the time to act is now. So indeed, the world remained blind to environmental degradation for centuries. Global CO2 levels began to rise significantly in the 1850s, and it wasn't until 1938 when it was linked to global warming. But what's really surprising is that we didn't take action until the late 1980s. We only started when we started to feel the effects that it had on us. I agree with Barack Obama when he once said that we are the first generation to feel the effects of climate change, and we are the last generation to do something about it. Small island states like Jamaica have no choice. And in fact, our environment is our primary resource. Look at the damage to crops in St. Elizabeth, as I show in the image there, and the flooding in Portland Cottage as children play. Our team of young Jamaicans in the Environmental Youth Forum agree with Peter Garrett. The scale of climate change is so huge that the government, our central pillar, should be the one to lead the call to action, to lead the drive to sustainability, in parallel with what Isabel mentioned earlier. So what is sustainability? Sustainability is just the preservation of our current resources for future generations. So how must we approach this? So again, in parallel with what Isabel said, we have come up with the 4 pillars of sustainability, I'd like to call it: energy, land, food, and water. So let us begin with energy. Jamaica's energy consumption is mainly for residential and small commercial practices, according to the US Department of Energy. The remaining 20% is used for fueling our industry and economic activity. Jamaica has, however, failed to diversify its energy consumption, and 90% of our consumption is fueled by fossil fuel sources, which is petroleum. Jamaica's energy policy, which was created in 2009 and will last till 2030, states that petroleum-based fuels are mainly funneled into the bauxite alumina industry, electricity generation, and transport. This is very, very bad, as fossil fuels are dangerous to the environment. So a little more on fossil fuels. They currently provide 80% of the world's energy, and they are non-renewable resources. They originate from dead and decayed plants and animals found deep within the Earth's crust, and they contain a high carbon content. Because of this, they are burnt in power plants, and they are used to fuel generators that generate electricity. But what is really dangerous is what gets emitted during this burning process: carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrous oxide. These are dubbed greenhouse gases because they will rise high into the atmosphere, and they will collect and form a layer known as the greenhouse layer. The greenhouse layer is a layer of gases that traps heat within the Earth's atmosphere. And the more and more of these greenhouse gases that end up in the upper atmosphere, the more heat is trapped within the Earth. And over time, the Earth will get warmer, a phenomenon which we all know as global warming. And global warming leads to climate change. But these gases also have other health impacts in our local environment. Sulfur dioxide, nitrous oxide, they are toxic and poisonous, and they tend to result in respiratory illnesses in our population, like asthma and bronchitis. So why is this important to Jamaica? Jamaica is not excluded from the effects of fossil fuels. And Jamaica's CO2 emissions contribute to the global reservoir of greenhouse gases, and therefore contribute to global climate change. Negative impacts include the rise in sea levels, which is affecting our coastlines, as Isabel said. You take a look at the image there, Hellshire Beach in 2009, you can clearly see the beach, but recently in 2018, the beach is no longer existent. Our economic status is also under threat because our primary energy sources, which is fossil fuels, we spend billions a year importing these fossil fuels because we do not produce them ourselves. In fact, according to the Ministry of Science and Technology, in 2019, Jamaica spent $1.6 billion on fossil fuels for the country. This is too much of a high price for our small economy to sustain. So Jamaica has directed its path towards more sustainable sources, renewable sources, which you can find locally. In 2008, we had actually been supplying ourselves 4% of our power was supplied by hydroelectricity, and 1% was supplied by wind. And therefore 95% was still powered by fossil fuels. Recently, in 2020, 3.5% of our power output was supplied by hydroelectricity, 6.5% by wind, and 1% by solar, decreasing our fossil fuel consumption to 89%. But this is still bad because 12 years to go from 95% to 89%, that is not fast enough. And like Tony Blair said, the time to act is now. So more has to be done to see long-term sustainability. And so we will assume the role of a government and propose certain solutions that we can use to see and speed up our development in the right direction. So let us propose some things for the government's response. First, let's take advantage of our natural resources. Jamaica is on the Sun Belt and receives approximately 3,000 hours of sunlight per year. This is 76% of daytime. We therefore advocate for a policy to ban all electric water heaters and make sure that there are solar heaters in private developments and homes so that we can maximize on our natural resources. We also ensure a policy to ensure that all houses install solar photovoltaic, not just for heaters, but to supply their general power needs as well. This could be incorporated into the NHT's current plan, which is providing allocations and low interest loans for homeowners who wish to invest in photovoltaic cells. Finally, we recommend a duty-free imports on electric cars and higher tariffs on fuel-based cars in order to shift the general population away from burning fossil fuels. And we can also implement more charging stations for these electric cars. We propose that all street lights in Jamaica, not just those on highways, be solar powered, and tax breaks be granted to private sector companies for these investments in alternate energy. Duty concessions could also be given on items like turbines and solar panels to private and commercial users who are importing them. And lastly, we would also like to see Jamaica implement a wave hydroelectric system. We do not have much hydroelectricity. We only have small plants located on our rivers, but they're too small. So in order to make a bigger impact, we have to go elsewhere. And we're an island, we're surrounded by the sea, and it is perfect. We can use wave energy to create hydroelectricity and therefore reducing fossil fuel consumption. This is actually being tested and currently prototyped in the United Kingdom in the English Channel, and the results are very promising, and it is a perfect fit for a Jamaican setting. So obviously with all solutions, there are some doubts. It could be argued that Jamaica does not have enough land space to create solar and wind farms, or that can provide any significant energy contribution to the country. It could also be argued they require initial capital injection. It will save the country a lot of money in the long term, like Isabel mentioned. So moving on to land, Jamaica has, as we all know, is a very small country, approximately 11,000 square kilometers. And it is the basis for our country's economic activity: agriculture, mining, manufacturing, forestry. And this is the home to our country's natural resources, mainly found in the country, Blue and John Crow Mountains, the indigenous species that we possess. But we are destroying this. It is imperative, based on its importance, that we should take care of our environment, but we are not doing that. In fact, our forests, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization, in 2010, we are deforesting our forests at a rate of 350 hectares per year. Slash and burn also destroys farmland, and this can affect our coffee industry. This has compromised actually 200 acres of land in the Blue Mountains. Moving on to how it affects our economic environment. Infertile land will restrict agriculture. And like I said, the coffee industry is also affected. And then the garbage dumping on the coast and our beaches affects tourism. And the Washington Post estimates that this results in a $8 million US dollar loss for the tourism sector for Jamaica each year. Garbage also in our streets and around the country also breeds animals like mosquitoes and rodents, which can bring vector-borne diseases like dengue, malaria, chikungunya, and leptospirosis. So Jamaica is also going on in the right direction in cleaning up our land, but it is not enough. We have to do more. So here are some solutions. In and outside of environmental protected areas, for every tree deforested, we should have 3 which should be reforested. This can also be used as a countermeasure or a punishment for those who illegally chop trees in protected areas. We should also put more stress on litter laws and litter punishments. Our fine, according to the NSWMA, is approximately $2,000 to $5,000 for littering. However, this is not prohibitive when compared to Trinidad and Tobago, whose laws state that you have to pay a fine of up to $300 US and up to 6 months in jail. So we need heavier enforcement of these laws to prohibit, because we do see a lot of litter in Jamaica. We should also encourage investment in proper garbage collection systems and drainage. And more community level education should be carried out by members of parliament and councillors on land pollution. But same thing with energy, there are always doubts. The NWA and government say they have no capital to invest in garbage collection infrastructure. And it is very difficult to reach everyone on community level programs. But we say to that, it is a simple budgetary allocation shift. In fact, take a look at it this way. When you invest in proper garbage collection, infrastructure decay is minimized. This minimization will cause you don't have to invest as much into maintenance and rehabilitation. So if we invest from now, then we're good for the future. And for the community education is also incorporated with empowerment. And if we empower, like Isabel was talking about it, as if we manage to empower our communities, then a ripple effect will be created. And this, in like setting examples, etc., will reach everyone in our community and change the mentality of Jamaicans. So that's it for land. Moving on to food. So agriculture is an essential industry to Jamaica, and it contributes 8.7% to Jamaica's GDP in 2020, and it employs 15.7% of our population. Food supply chains are very vulnerable to climate change, and this affects the food safety and security of many lives of Jamaican people. However, it is not enough, and we have to propose some solutions for the government. So to mitigate against the effects of climate change, we can, through genetic engineering, we have to develop tolerant crops, tolerant livestock, and and also introduce agrometeorological advisory services, which is another of our solutions. Many counter arguments would include Jamaicans resisting scientific approach in the development of tolerant crops and livestock, and also many Jamaican farmers lack technological experience. However, I say to that, Jamaica Hope and Jamaica Red are successful examples of genetically modified livestock by famous Dr. Thomas Leckie. And this should be also extended, and this research should be extended to other livestock and crops. And also, RADA has launched programs to give technology, smartphones to most Jamaicans. And our final thing, water, I'm going to wrap up soon, but it is the most important substance for life on earth. We drink with it, we cook with it, we are used for water transportation, and it is an essential resource in industry and economic activity. So what is wrong with our water? We are the land of wood and water, so our water should be pure. However, this is not the case. Our mining, dust and debris, we have improper waste disposal, pesticides and insecticides are being washed into the rivers and seas, killing off our animals, and bad fishing practices like fish pots, long lining, dynamite fishing, and also garbage pollution affects the natural, economic, and human environments. And although we have taken strides in the direction of minimizing water pollution, it is not enough. We should put in and enforce heavy fines for water pollution, similarly to how Trinidad enforces fines for land pollution. Strict laws with steep fines governing the disposal from hotels, factories should be in place so that we can control that private part of Jamaica's economy. We should also invest in water harvesting, storage, and distribution, and we should expand the production of portable water as a major export for Jamaica. The global market should reach $914 billion by 2026. And we should also invest in desalination, solar-powered plants. Some counter arguments include not all Jamaicans want to contribute to a water distribution fund, and there's market manipulation of these resources. But the public will definitely begin to see the impact of these investments on Jamaica's water resources, and the proposed water industry will be strictly regulated by the government. So, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude that climate change is the biggest challenge of our time, and it requires urgent action. If Jamaica focuses on addressing our energy crisis and protecting our food, land, and water resources, then we can mitigate the negative impacts on our country. This will require urgent and strong leadership from the government to protect our resources. It will also require strong partnership with every single Jamaican taking responsibility for their actions. Indeed, the words of Barack Obama, we are the first generation to feel the impacts of climate change and the last generation who can do something about it. There's hope, and Jamaica, with its unique position and resources, has a chance if we all work together. Thank you all for your time.
Well done.
Thank you
Well done.
very much, Matthew Wilmot. And before Matthew, Isabel Matthews. Let me say, yes, before that, Isabel Matthews, as we see what we can do in the race toward net zero. We have a quick break as we make some changes to accommodate our next guests. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back from that brief break. We are now set up to move into panel number 2. Now, of course, it is the Jamaican situation that is in focus now, but from a global perspective. And continuing in the vein of hearing from our youth, we have in their own voices 2 climate change champions joining us to speak about the youth climate agenda. So don't forget that you are participating through posting your questions and comments using the hashtag Pre-COP26, hashtag JCCYC Pre-COP, hashtag COP26, and hashtag Youth Climate Summit. On stage with me at this time are Janelle Tomlinson. She's a climate scholar and researcher. She's represented Jamaican youth at COP24 and related events in the past. And Danalyn Swaby. Danalyn is a development communication specialist and a climate leadership initiative ambassador. Now, both ladies are also members of the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council, and we're going to just start off with one question for your responses. Tell me a little about the work you do individually, of course, and what for you is the biggest priority to be addressed at COP26 next month. Janelle?
Thank you so much for that question, Paula, and thank you so much to the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council for having us on this platform this afternoon. So firstly, I like to highlight that my work within the climate change space works particularly with rural youth and young women. And so I'm a part of an initiative called Girls Care, which is a space where we target young women, not only in Jamaica, but across the Caribbean to help to build their capacities around issues related to climate change and adaptation, as well as I work with YPAC, as well as the JCCYC and other youth groups to, promote education and awareness for the particular space of climate change, ensuring that youth are not left behind in a lot of the ongoing conversations. Finally, I am also an advisor for the Next Gen Climate Board, which provides funding to youth groups across the Caribbean. And so far, I can say that 4 youth groups across the Caribbean have been funded in the last year just to implement projects that are youth-led, again, in the climate space. So I think that so far has been the efforts that I have been able to partake in. As it relates to my hope for one of the outcomes coming out of COP26, I hope that climate justice gets a platform where we get to highlight the challenges that colonialism and capitalism have placed, particularly for small island developing states. And when we look at Caribbean countries in particular, it's important to recognize the role that these 2 factors have played in how climate change seeks to exacerbate what's happening on the ground. And so I hope that particularly where climate financing is located, we get to provide additional space for discussions around the climate finance mechanisms and how countries such as ours are better able to tap into some of those. And I think those are my remarks for now.
And that's an excellent one for them to look at, climate justice for COP26. I'm not sure if it is shared by our next panelist. Danalyn, could you tell us a little about yourself and what your priority is for COP26, what you think it should be?
Absolutely. Thanks, Paula. And I also want to say good afternoon to everyone present here and our viewers online. So for me, as I mentioned before, I'm a development communication specialist. Some people classify me as a climate communicator because I've worked for several climate projects before, and that's what I did, mainly looking at youth engagement and also tapping into the business of awareness building, making sure that I can break down the climate conversation to diverse audiences and especially young people. In the last 2.5 years, majority of my work has centered on being a part of local and international climate networks, developing position papers, conducting research, and organizing global campaigns to just get young people engaged, and also supporting the development of resource documents that help countries, figure out strategies to include youth in NDC processes. One of the highlights of my representation, I'd say, I'm currently the co-chair for the NDC partnership, and I did have the opportunity last year to contribute to the global youth engagement plan, as I mentioned before, to guide the NDC countries to how it is that they engage youth, because that's always huge part of the conversation. Mentioned, of course, that I am now part of the Climate Leadership Initiative. That's a global network that's seeking to build capacity of young people to immerse themselves in climate negotiations, for persons who want to make that transition into the geopolitical space and champion climate change at the next level. So that's something that I'm very excited about. And as you mentioned, very proud to be a part of the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council, one of the torchbearers for youth engagement and climate change in the local space. We need more of that. So very happy also to be sharing a platform with my climate sister friend, Janelle, because I'm also a part of Girls Care. So doing a lot of awesome work within this space, and I'm grateful for it.
And briefly, your priority for COP26.
My priority, I think I share the same vision with Janelle. I think even leading up to COP, there's a lot of fear and conversation about the inclusivity, given the barriers and even the inability for a lot of delegates and representation from developing country spaces to be there. So the priority that I would hope is that vulnerable countries like Jamaica, developing countries, there is a lot of attention on what we need to better adapt to climate change and to build our adaptive capacity, because, as you mentioned, a huge part of the climate fight is resources. And, I think we're still left out of that conversation, or the focus is not enough. So I would really love to see that critical mass where that's concerned.
Thank you, Dana. Janelle, I'm coming back to you to find out, both of you have mentioned youth inclusion, and you've been at fora like COP26. Do you think that there is enough of a space for Jamaican youth? Are our youth playing enough of a role in crafting our position as a country going into conferences like COP26?
What I would like to say is specifically for COP26, I can't say for sure that a specific platform or a space was set up for youth to have their specific outcomes or priorities incorporated into the negotiations. But for sure, there has been ongoing dialogue, particularly through entities such as the Climate Change Division, where they have created platforms and spaces for youth to be able to, be engaged. Denalyn, for example, the engagement with the NDC was through her engagement and through facilitation through the Climate Change Division. I would have attended COP through, again, my inclusion as a youth delegate on the delegation to COP. There are ongoing initiatives, there are ongoing projects, there are ongoing activities that youth would have led and would have been able to garner support, again, as I said, from entities such as the Climate Change Division. And I must laud Miss May Gordon for her continued efforts, because there's at no point where she does not reach out and say, guys, there's something going on. I would love to have your engagement. I'd love to have your inclusion. Whether or not that is enough, I do think that there's a lot that still needs to be done. I do think that there are other entities that can in fact come on board, both from the public and private sector fora. But again, I'd like to say that the initiative has been led through CCD, and I think others need to take note of stuff that they have been doing and try to become as engaged as they have.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'm going to jump back to you, Dana. We know that decisions at fora like COP are dependent on the priorities of multiple countries. How do you think small island developing states like Jamaica can encourage the larger polluters to become serious about mitigation actions?
So I want to blend the response from Janelle with what I'm about to say, because you spoke about the importance of youth inclusion. And I remember in 2019, I had the opportunity to attend the first UN Youth Climate Summit. And then after, I attended COP25. But one of the proudest moments, I remember being at the UN Youth Summit. Our Prime Minister, the Honorable Andrew Holness, he co-led a panel on climate finance with France. And he used that platform to call for more support for developing countries. And I think that's one of the perfect examples how how countries like Jamaica can call on larger developed countries to provide more financial support and resources in the fight. And I also look at our current reality, where our environment minister, who is present here, he is the co-chair for the NDC partnership. And he had also led a global coalition on climate change with the president of COP26. And I think, it's not a matter of thinking, it's not a matter of opinion. Jamaica has a strong position on the international stage where climate is concerned. We've been noted and highlighted for having an ambitious climate plan or updated NDC. And I think that kind of example is encouragement, because we know in the bigger scale of things, we are not the largest contributors in terms of climate or carbon emissions, but nonetheless, we are, we are susceptible, highly susceptible as a vulnerable country. So when we look at the ambition and the example that we're setting, that is the pull that we want from the country to say, look at Jamaica, look at the other vulnerable countries that are standing on the front line. We have to meet them halfway. You understand? So they can't afford to drop the ball, and I'm really hoping that they don't in the context of COP26 this year, with a lot of emphasis on getting to net zero.
So you've mentioned, both of you, actions that are being taken by the government in different ways, and it sounds like you're confident that Jamaica's leaders are taking climate change seriously. What else is there that you think they could do? Let me throw it at you first, Janelle.
So I am very passionate about youth engagement. And while I know that, as I said earlier, efforts are being made, I think that there are other arenas that youth can be engaged in, particularly when we look at our policies. And there's a recognition that many of our policies may not be as climate proof as they ought to be. I think in a lot of those consultations that may come forth as we seek to make these a little bit more resilient, there needs to be engagements with youth and other vulnerable groups that I think are, at the risk of being affected by a lot of these impacts from climate change. I also think that as it relates to the provision of resources for young people who want to get into eco-entrepreneurship, I also think that a greater attention possibly needs to be paid to the provision of some amount of funds or some amount of mentorship or incubation for these individuals. And not only those who are already in the space, but those who are inspired, but just don't necessarily have the resources or the kind of, access. And so I think these, particularly from a youth standpoint, are some of the things that, we may need to pay greater priority to as we seek to become an even more resilient country and position ourselves as one of the leaders on the forefront of action.
Thank you. And Dana, what suggestions for the government from your end?
Definitely, as Janelle mentioned, strengthening that enabling environment and also making sure that the international priorities that we represent match the domestic situation at home as well. In my research, my dissertation, I looked at youth engagement to climate change, and I also found sometimes that there are special communities, the disabled communities, that are inadvertently left out of climate change conversations and opportunities. We have to remember them. Janelle spoke about policy. I think we also need to ensure that the policy extends, to those kind of considerations as well. I'm going to go back to that aspect of critical mass. I kind of get tired a lot of times when people say, "Oh, Dana Ling, I know you for climate change," because I no longer, yes, it's a proud element of representation, but I no longer think it's cute being the only a few. I want critical mass, because the few opportunities I've had to represent my country, I compare the other countries, the Latin American community. I'm tired of being in a space where I'm the only Jamaican, I'm the only English-speaking Caribbean representative, because now you're understanding how important representation is to visibility and to be seen and heard, and to be able to, to connect and to lobby and advocate for change. And I know, of course, that resource constraints are forever an issue in the throes of a pandemic, but that's something that I would want the government to seriously look at and to explore strategies, or even pull on their diplomatic charm and connections to ensure that we have more young people that are being able to go to COP, to go to these international fora, because encouragement strengthens labor, because it broadens your perspective, Paula, when you go into a space and you realize the importance of showing up in a room when I can correct people or say, listen, I am Caribbean, not just Latin America. Because when you drill down the cultural sensitivities and understanding climate change, it's so important that you're able to represent the uniqueness of where you're from. And we need more young people, the collective efficacy. When they see a Janelle, Dana, and Eleanor, so many people, you want to be a part of that, but we want the opportunity to follow through from that. So I think, I want to encourage the government. I do think that I have to commend them, because part of the reason I am able to represent through the NDC partnership, the work of the CCD, providing avenues for that, I have to laud them. But there's always room for improvement, and I really want us to center on the resource support for young people and make sure that can find its way into the negotiation strategies and platforms and opportunities at COP26 as well.
More opportunities for young people to be a part of the process. Critical mass, stronger voice.
If I can underscore that, because Paul, I've said it in different settings, it's not just about advocates. I'm literally a professional in the climate space. I'm trying to study how to be a negotiator. You would have been moderating the panel discussions this morning. There are entrepreneurs who are in the eco space. So it's not just the advocacy, the volunteer role is merging with the professional role. We are having the technical personnel who are youth as well. Yeah. So it's very important that we really commit to the kind of support that young people are getting, because it's no longer a club service initiative. This is what we're doing for life now.
I was about to say, it's now life.
Yeah.
It is now how we have to move in order to be sustainable in the ways that we live and operate. So that's fantastic. And with this kind of passion and with this fire that is inside of you, it must be frustrating when you don't have the power to really fan this flame yourself. What are your fears? I mean, I would like each of you to answer individually. Going into COP26, what are you afraid of? You go first, Janelle.
My biggest fear is that developed countries have already written off whether or not 1.5 or even a 2-degree Celsius temperature change is attainable, and so have pretty much seen the only option for us as small island developing states is migration as adaptation. I remember being in a space and it came up that, for many small island states who are already coastal, who are already so, heavily dependent on livelihoods and resources that are going to be affected by the climate problem, they're already putting forward migration as our only hope. And so for me, I hope that there can be a change of heart in recognizing that, this idea of identity, this idea of space and place and seeing these places as our homes, that they recognize that they have the power to facilitate change. As I mentioned before, capitalism is at the heart of climate change, and so many of them are heavily dependent on this idea of fast fashion and production and being able to turn around the next big hit. And so for me, I do recognize that while economies must be able to stay afloat, there is a threshold. There is a mark that person don't necessarily need to exceed. And for me, we have exceeded that in the name of capitalism. And so we need to recognize that there are countries who are contributing less than 0.02% to emissions and are on the brink of pretty much falling away into non-existence because of these challenges. And so my biggest fear, and something that I hope that we can step away from, is already writing off us as already being in doom and gloom, and recognizing that they have a role to play from a financial standpoint and from the standpoint of cutting their emissions to make sure that we are creating a generation that the future youth can depend on and have resources that they are able to utilize. So for me, I think that is my fear, and I'm hoping that somehow developed countries can step away from that. And I remember, just to add this in quickly, being in one of those negotiations and recognizing how a simple word can throw off an entire delegation. Miss Gordon was there as well when we saw entire individuals get up and walk out of a room because they were trying to see whether or not the word consider or implement should be put into the Paris Agreement. So for them, even simple things just as that can throw them off, because for them, their economies are so heavily dependent on fossil fuels. And for you to come in there and tell them that, oh, we need for you to implement this and not consider it, for them, it's okay. But then what will our countries be dependent on, and what will our economies be able to depend on to stay afloat? And so I just hope that some consideration, as I said, can be given to small countries who are, at the brink of survival based on how they act and how they act now.
Okay. And for you, Dana?
So my biggest fear is something that I have been contemplating ever since I listened to this podcast, a TED Talk podcast episode with a climate advocate. And at the time she spoke about being 12 years old at the Rio Summit in 1992, asking world leaders to do something about the environment. And now she spent 28 years, which is almost my entire lifespan, asking that same question. So coming into COP26, highly anticipated as it were to happen last year, and we know what happened, my fear is that nothing changes. So all the emphasis on needing to take urgent action, getting to net zero and all of that, when I follow the stories leading up to COP26 about some of the world's largest emitters perhaps not being present, not sending delegations, and as Daniel mentioned, you need this unanimity to move forward. And when I look at a Jamaica that has submitted ambitious climate plans, we've now broadened the scope of how we can reduce emissions. At first, we're looking at the energy sector. Now we're incorporating agriculture and land use, embarking on aggressive tree planting campaigns, trying to reduce deforestation and all of that. We are trying to do what we can. And I really hope that the world, the collective action that we always speak about can be realized. You have so many climate reports, and it's almost worsening of the same old, how the conditions are intensifying. And I think, we're running out of time. If we don't need to figure out new ways of saying the things, it's about really doing what needs to be done. And that's my fear, that we come out of this COP26 with all the angst that's going in and nothing really changes, and I guess it's just for us as a country, as youth, in whatever category or groups that we are, to kind of stand in our gap, because even though COP is a highly anticipated and integral space, the change doesn't always happen there. And we have to make peace with that.
You said something which is pretty interesting for me, that we don't necessarily need to be coming up with new ideas because we know what it is that we need to do, the political will. So let's look at something that has been discussed for some time, 1.5 to stay alive. Do you think that's really realistic? Dana?
Okay.
Janelle, go ahead, Dana.
Well, because climate change, it's grounded in science. So science is a primary validator of climate action. And then, we are providing that support. So I listen to the scientists, and I know even in the context of Jamaica, I'm very proud when you think of a Professor Michael Taylor, the work of the climate studies group. It's the climate data and the evidence that they've been studying and coming through in the Caribbean that was able to make a case and find its way into a critical report like the IPCC special report to say, listen, at first it was 2 degrees Celsius, and the Caribbean contributors were able to make that case to say, listen, 1.5 is detrimental to us. So when it comes to the statistics and the data that's backed by the scientists, I'm supporting that. It is realistic. What is concerning is not the 1.5, it is if we are able to move at the scale that we need to realize that 1.5.
And that is the question that I'm asking. Do you think that's a realistic goal? And Janelle?
So as Dana would have spoken on the scientific side of things, I think for me, based on the fact that a lot of countries have not necessarily met their commitments and their ambitions that they would have made through their NDCs prior, as well as the fact that a lot of them still do not necessarily see a transition to net zero or a reduction in fossil fuels, while 1.5 is what we ideally need to survive, as the campaign reiterated, at the pace at which we are moving, and the fact that, accelerated action is not being adopted. I don't think personally that the 1.5 is realistic, given all that we are currently contending with and all the existing factors at play. 2 degrees now is what is being advocated for in a lot of spaces, but again, that is even more detrimental than what we would have expected through 1.5. So for me, while it's ideal, and while in an ideal world that is what we would have wanted, based on what is existing, we do not see a 1.5 degree increase above pre-industrial levels.
We have to close the conversation, but I want to ask each of you, having been subsumed in this conversation for some time, you are living, literally living, both for staying alive, but also for the work that you do, your advocacy. What is your main wish, hope, priority for Jamaicans as individuals to do, to see? What's the change you think that you hope that we will make?
So as Jamaicans, I recognize that when we go into a lot of the communities, there are different, what would I say, stances on this whole climate change thing. A lot of persons will tell you climate change literally punishment to man for his sins. So persons literally take themselves away from the whole issue of climate change and will tell you that, oh, you're flying planes, you're flying all these spaceships into space. This is what you get as a result of that. And so there are already persons who have detached themselves from the climate problem and don't necessarily see where they are contributing to it.
Yeah.
So then how do you encourage someone to take action towards something that they don't even see themselves contributing to? Then there are other persons among us who will tell you that it's a government issue, it's an academic issue, it's something for policymakers to address. I have more important issues to deal with. I need to think about my children, how they're going to eat tomorrow, how I'm going to be able to pay my light bill at the end of the month. And so I think one of the things that we need to be doing differently in how we communicate climate change is that we make it, and as Eleanor and Dana and other youth advocates like to say, making it a bread and butter issue. How do we connect the dots and say, oh, as a farmer, you do know that climate change is going to contribute to lower yields, and so it is going to affect the bottom line. And so persons start seeing it less of a technical issue, but something that affects them where they are in their individual spaces. So for me, what I would like to see is behavioral change and how individuals connect to the environment and the role that they play in contributing to the issue. But again, it's going to take a lot more in how the issue is communicated and how we seek to connect those dots. So for me, I think that's one of the things I would like to see, which means that we need to enhance and improve on how we communicate to different audiences.
Accepting personal responsibility as the start. Thank you. Dana.
So my take on it, and I hope I don't feel like I'm waxing too poetic. So recently I had this assignment that encouraged me to look at local and indigenous practices and how we can use that to address climate change and loss and damage. And that assignment had me, having a conversation with my dad, because it said, speak to a family member or people in your community. And my father is a farmer, from modest economic backgrounds and so on. And when we were having the conversation, it took us from, even from, distilling colonialism and how that also contributed to environmental degradation, and how people from a lower socioeconomic means, we had this connection with nature. But he said something that if you were to remove all the trees, the organisms, the animals, mankind would die. But if you take mankind out of that equation, the environment will still be here. And I think that's what we need to remember, that it is as if the environment is at our disposal, and it's actually the other way around. So I think the reverence to nature and understanding the connection to the environment is what we need to remember at the grassroots level. When we look at how we're exploiting the environment, when you look at plastic pollution in our beaches, our communities, we need to get back to that place where we revere the environment. And I'm putting it in simple terms because, as Janelle mentioned, the technical jargons in different audiences, it doesn't work. But when people can see, how does this affect my daily life? And how does this affect my economic means of earning and all of that? I think when we center the conversation and show people the reality in a different way, it makes people act differently. When you understand, have a different level of awareness, it brings an appreciation and an inspiration to move differently. And I think that's what I need to see happening. People understand that, hey, we are here to protect the environment.
It is when we have persons like you speaking with the passion that people feel it, or you light the fire inside, and they believe that they too can contribute like you have. Ladies, thank you so much for participating in our discussion today, and good luck with all the support that you need as you continue to carry the cause.
Thank you so much for having us.
This event is being sponsored by the British High Commission, the EU delegation to Jamaica, and the United Nations Development Program, that's UNDP. So at this time, we're going to be hearing from two of our sponsors. We want to thank you for joining us wherever it is that you are. It's YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or Zoom. Thank you for keeping up with our channels. Remember, it's at Our Footprint Jamaica on all of those channels. And if you are making comments, asking questions, participating in the conversation from wherever you are, we ask that you use our hashtags. Hashtag Pre-COP26, hashtag JCCYC Pre-COP, hashtag COP26, and of course, hashtag Youth Climate Summit. So we will now invite our gracious host, British High Commissioner, Her Excellency Judith Slater, to bring brief remarks.
How do we get on?
Go on, just checking on the microphone for the High Commissioner.
Is that on now? Oh, yeah, we go. Great. Super. Hi, everybody. Lovely to see you here. Thanks for being here. Particularly wanted to thank the Minister, the Honourable Pernell Charles Jr., the Minister of Climate Change in Jamaica. We also have the opposition spokesperson here, Sophia Fraser-Binns. Thanks you so much for being here on a Saturday. I know how busy you all are. I wanted to thank Una May for being here. It's great to have so many women here on the panel. It was lovely to see two such articulate women, Janelle and Dana. It's great to know that the future of the climate in Jamaica is in very, very good hands. Power women is what we'd love to see. It's great. I've just arrived here. I'm the first British female High Commissioner here. Yay. And this is, I was just saying I've said to the Minister, I've said to the Prime Minister indeed, that my two top priorities in my first few months here will be obviously the pandemic, COVID, helping Jamaica to deal with that and collaborating with the UK. But the next top priority is COP26 and climate change. And we're delighted to be hosting this event today here in the garden, the Windrush Garden as it's known, of the High Commission. This is the first big event that we've hosted here since I've been here for the last month. And this is such an important issue for all of us. And of course, it's the younger generation who are going to have to sort of take the baton and go forward and solve the problem, really. You're going to be living with it. And we need young people to be part of the conversation. It's absolutely essential, as you've both been saying so very articulately. And I don't need to repeat that, really, just to underscore that I agree with you. I've been working on this issue, as have, the UK has taken this issue seriously. I think we took it more seriously earlier than a lot of other countries, a lot of the other big emitters. I think it's fair to say that we did. I was in a previous job, I worked in Houston, Texas, and part of my job, this is back in the noughties, in sort of 2005, 6, that sort of time. My job was to try and convince some of the big energy majors like ExxonMobil that this was a serious issue. So it was quite a challenging job that I had, as you can imagine. And I still remember back in Rio in 1992, when George Bush Sr. said that the American way of life was not negotiable. And I think we have moved on. They have moved on a long way since then, because all of our lives are negotiable. We have to change our lifestyle, as you've just said so very powerfully. But I've, in my first month here, I've had 2 meetings already. The minister kindly came to a session we had to wish all the best to the Jamaican delegation going off to COP26. We also had a meeting yesterday. I think we are in a very powerful partnership with Jamaica. We're in a different position in terms of the level of our emissions, in terms of, the size of our contribution to the problem, if you like. But we're very keen to continue working with Jamaica, which is a very powerful voice in the right place on a number of these issues. You mentioned the small island developing states. Jamaica's taken a very strong and powerful position in that grouping. The innovative financial instruments, such as the catastrophe bond that you've come up with. We're trying to come up with innovative ways, because we need innovation to solve this problem. And I wanted to wish the minister, who's going to spend the entire COP26 in Glasgow. So he's committing 2 weeks of his time, because he recognizes, of course, what an extremely important issue this is. So I just also wanted to thank you all for being here. I wanted to thank the EU and the UNDP for co-sponsoring it with us, and thank my colleagues who've been working on this. Dervin, who's over there in the yellow shirt. Antoinette is somewhere also. They put this event together, and I'm proud of them. And we're really looking forward to a successful COP26. And it's got to be about more than just what happens at the conference. It's about what happens afterwards. Yes. But the minister was saying to me yesterday, he knows you guys really well. There are a few young people here who are doing such a lot, but we want to make, to grow your numbers, to spread the word to the rest of Jamaican youth and get everybody working in the same direction. So thanks very much indeed. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think I learned a new term from you. Did you say the naughties?
The noughties, we refer to the noughties like 2000.
The 2000s.
The 2000s before you get to 2010.
Thank you very much. Didn't know that one.
N-O-U-G-H-T, not N-A-U-G-H-T.
From naught. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our discussions after this 5-minute break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, reminding you that our sponsors for our event today are the British High Commission, EU delegation to Jamaica, and the United Nations Development Program. And at this time, we'd like to invite a representative of one of our sponsors. He's Deputy Head of Mission for the EU delegation, Friedrich Etfeld, to speak.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I think you are good to go,
Yeah.
Ambassador.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent.
There.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Moderator.
But hold it a little closer for us.
Closer.
Yes.
Closer.
Thank you.
Yes. Exact. Excellent. I'm so pleased to see that Minister Bernard Charles Jr., Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change, as well as Senator Sophia Fraser-Prince, opposition spokesperson on land, environment and climate change, are here with us today, demonstrating clearly that the two major parties of Jamaica are attaching the utmost importance to environment and climate change. I'm very pleased also to say hello to a dear friend, Her Excellency Judith Slater, the UK High Commissioner, who are graciously hosting us here today. This is very well organized and I must say very interesting and so important event for climate change and the fight against climate change in Jamaica. So thank you so much. I say it's a real, for me, it's a real pleasure to be here at the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council as it wraps up to the Pre-COP26 Youth Summit with these panel discussions and leadership town hall. The European Union is a leader in climate change action. So we are pleased for the opportunity to partner with the GCCYC and Jamaica. I must commend Eleanor Terlange, director of the GCCYC, and a hardworking team for crafting this series of activities to inform and educate Jamaican youth on key issues related to climate change and provide a platform for dialogue with policymakers. The webinars on Thursday and Friday explore the important ways in which the climate crisis intersects with health, water resources, food security, energy, among other areas. I encourage all viewers to watch these webinars on YouTube if you're not done it already. Today's panel discussions on green entrepreneurship to tackle climate change and the youth climate change agenda have underscored that Jamaica has young people who are thinkers and doers, young people who are ready for climate action. Their ideas, energy, and leadership align with the European Union's partnership with the government of Jamaica to tackle climate change. The European Union is providing already 2.3 billion Jamaican dollars to the Forestry Department as part of our budget support program for climate change and environment. Forest and climate change go hand in hand with one another. Without forests, there is no way to fight climate change. The European Union is Jamaica's largest development partner. And we have ensured, together with the government of Jamaica, that environment and climate change will be the cornerstone of the next development partnership with Jamaica. Jamaica has taken notable steps in the fight against climate change. The recently launched National Determined Contribution Implementation Plan is a step in the right direction. It provides a roadmap for the country's efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and mitigate the effects of climate change. I would like to recall here that the European Union has the ambition to be carbon neutral in 2050, and that we have the ambition to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030 already. As Jamaica's delegation prepares for the upcoming UN Climate Change Conference, COP26, it's clear that bolder steps must be taken to move from climate change ambitions to climate change actions, not only in Jamaica, but across the globe. The leadership town hall that's coming up next provides a solid opportunity for youth to ask critical questions, which will hopefully help the government to refine and strengthen its strategies. I would like to emphasize that we all depend on one another. No one around the world can say that it's somebody else's responsibility, somebody else who has to make the effort to fight climate change. We're all in it together. We need all to act. It's not just governments. In fact, it's us human beings, together with governments, who need to contribute in our daily life. Who needs a gas-guzzling SUV when there are eco-friendly alternatives? Why import so much food to Jamaica when you have fabulous agriculture farming potential that is already showing excellent results and much healthier food also? And now, as said, you remember I said that we depend on one another. So why should a young Jamaican ask why what happens in the Arctic concerns me? Or what happens in the Siberian forests? What happens in the Amazonas, or the three major oceans that are far away from the Caribbean Sea? Well, if the ice is melting away from the Arctic, the reflection, it won't reflect the sun as it has done so much previously. It will be one large black surface absorbing energy instead. I talked about the important forests. Siberia and Amazonas are the largest forest on our globe. It's a human heritage that we need all to take care of. And the oceans, we talk about forest absorbing CO2. but the oceans are the largest absorbers of CO2. And they come almost to saturation point. And imagine if we would have the reverse in the world, that instead of having 70% of our surface covered with water and 30% land, if it would be the reverse, 30% covered by oceans, we would probably be already at 3-4 degrees higher up in temperatures increases. So oceans are also a heritage of mankind. So we should have acted earlier, much earlier, because the science was already there. Unfortunately, the oil and gas companies and producers have fought hard to disseminate this knowledge and science. And we need now to address this. We need to say, stop. Let science speak and nothing else. But there are also good news, fabulous good news, which enables the youth and also the not so youth anymore to look forward maybe to a reasonably good environment. The cheapest way to produce electricity today is solar and wind, by far. By far. Electric cars are becoming cheaper to produce and are now competitive compared to the ordinary ones. Citizens, especially youth, are becoming increasingly environmentally conscious. They demand more efforts from the decision makers against climate change and are ready to participate. As a Swede, I would like to recall that in August 2018, a very young girl sat alone outside the Swedish parliament and saw the protest against the lack of efforts. And that was Greta. She was not the first to protest against climate change. She was certainly not the first youth to protest against climate change, but her action contributed. And after that, we had the Fridays for Future where millions of youth were engaged. So it shows that one person can do a lot. And in fact, if one person can do a lot, we can all do a lot. Battery technology are developing lightning speed. Represent a fabulous paradigm shift, allowing us to bridge the variations of the production of electricity coming from solar and wind. And addressing climate change, in the wake of that, we get a much better environment. Cleaner air, cleaner water, cleaner soil, etc. So I don't want to sound as pessimistic as maybe or realistic, some would say, as the predecessor, saying that the 1.5 degree goal is beyond reach, is out of reach. It's technically possible, but it's now necessary as a will. So youth and sustainability go hand in hand. I'd like to encourage all the viewers online to ask all the pertinent questions to our leaders and continue to play your part in building a sustainable future for Jamaica. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those comments. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now arrived at the time for our main event. We've heard from our young people and climate experts over the past 3 days, and it's now time to hear from our leaders. Let me invite to the stage Honorable Minister Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment, and Climate Change. Also joining us on stage, Dr. Theresa Rodriguez Moody. She's CEO of the Jamaica Environment Trust. The next lady to take the stage is Senator Sophia Fraser Binns. She's opposition spokesperson on land, environment, and climate change. And the third lady to be joining us on stage is Uname Gordon, Principal Director for the Climate Change Division. Welcome, welcome, welcome to all of you. Now, for this town hall, we are giving young people the opportunity to directly pose their questions to you as climate leaders ahead of COP26. I think you leave out very soon to head off. And our questions have also been submitted by members of the JCCYC team and social media users. We'll be taking additional questions. For those of you viewing, participating online, we're taking additional questions throughout social media and Zoom. Don't forget that you can submit questions to the @OurFootprintJA page or use our hashtags Pre-COP26, JCCYC Pre-COP, COP26, or Youth Climate Summit. So we're jumping right in with the questions, and I think I would like each of you to briefly answer this first question. I will start with Yuna to my left, just in order as we go across. What role, if any, do you think young people should play in crafting Jamaica's youth climate agenda?
So thank you, Paula, and thanks everyone, both here and online. I think I am overwhelmed by the sentiments here today. But for us at the Climate Change Division, the young people are the future. And therefore, their role is more than important, if we want to say that, in crafting the policies that will affect their lives in the future. I was saying earlier to the minister that for us, deliberate action to target the youth is a priority for us. And therefore, if they are not involved, then you can't craft a policy for them or a strategy for them. It is, as the mantra say, for you, by you. And that really is what we should be looking forward to. So looking forward to them just being totally and fully engaged in the processes as we go forward in COP and beyond, because there will be now beyond Glasgow.
Understood. Senator Fraser-Binns.
Well, you know, when you think about what role youth should play, then let us look at what has happened in the last 2 days and what is happening today. I had the opportunity to listen to the webinars yesterday and Thursday, and I was super impressed, not just with the organization, but with the presentations by young people themselves. And that is very evident that young people have a very central role to play. The fact is, my generation, my generation, we have substantially failed. And so the future belongs to the young people. They're the ones who are going to have to turn this around. They're the ones with the energy, they're the advocates, they're the entrepreneurs, they're the innovators. They're the ones who really are going to have to take climate change by the hands and say, let us make a difference. And they have been doing that. And so I think that any policy at all must not just be for young people, for the country, but must have the voice and the input and the engagement of young persons. Any activity must, of course, have young persons there, because at the end of the day, you know, the future really belongs to young people, and they have evidence by their actions that they are willing to be a part and to play their role.
Thank you, Senator. Minister Charles.
I don't know that I agree with Sophia that her generation, because I'm in her generation, and I consider myself young. But seriously, our global population is made up primarily of young people. We have 2.2 billion of our youngsters under 18, and even more if you say between, you know, under 30. What it means is that if we are going to tackle this global crisis, it just makes sense. Mathematical sense, scientific sense, social sense, to bring on board those that have the energy and the ambition, and I dare say, perhaps those who will be most greatly impacted, because our decisions and actions now are going to primarily have the weight of impact in years to come. And so the discussion around bringing young people into policy consultations or bringing young people into the decisions that we're making shouldn't be an optional one. It is one that is mandatory if we are going to raise the kind of awareness that is necessary to not just bring attention, but I dare say bring urgency of action to an issue which is the most critical issue for the world. When you think about COVID-19, it is completely it is dwarfed by the great catastrophic potential of a climate event. And so we have to really get the world, the developing countries especially, because when you look on that 2.2 billion that I spoke of, 85% of them are in developing countries. So you're talking about a large population in the developing countries who are the most vulnerable and who have the greatest impediments in terms of their economies and ability to really get the message across. So we have a lot of work to do, but young people are critical, and clearly as a government, we want to make it evident that it's not optional for us. This is something which is a part of what we require going forward.
Thank you, Minister. I think what you were saying too is that those that have the remaining lifespan, the length of lifespan remaining, that are going to have to be dealing with this situation. Dr. Rodriguez Moody.
I'd like to echo the sentiments that has been expressed so far. My heart is really full being here today and just listening to the conversations over the last couple of days. A few years ago when I was at university studying, I'm going to divorce myself from the brackets, and I'm in the young brackets. We didn't have this level of representation by youth. I don't think so. And I'm really happy to see how youth are leading the charge, because, and we've heard this quote time and time again, we are the first generation to feel the impacts of climate change and the last that can do anything about it. And therefore, it is absolutely critical that young people are at the table. The conversations or the decisions that are being made are not being made for them without them being present. And so it is absolutely necessary that young people are right at the table and having those negotiations and in those discussions.
Thank you, Dr. Moody. I have a question that I'd love for the minister and for Madame Unome to take on. We know that governments have made certain international commitments, or this government has made certain international commitments to the Paris Agreement in the nationally determined contributions. Could you briefly speak to some of these commitments? Minister?
So, you know, we are one of more than 190 countries that for more than 2 decades have been meeting and discussing how we're going to attend to this global issue called climate change. And part of the strategy has been to set targets which will allow us to bring the global issues down to local action. And so the NDCs are Jamaica and any other jurisdictions' own relationship with your effort to deal with the greenhouse gas emissions that are trapping heat and to deal with the issues that are leading to now this massive negative impact from the climate change. So we have made several efforts and commitments. So we have our nationally determined implementation plan, which myself and Uname and the team recently launched, I think it was 2 weeks ago, which sets out now the ambition and the targets and the barriers and clearly puts the strategy of how we're going to move forward. We have our long-term low carbon climate resilient strategy. We have our national adaptation plan. We have several policies in government, forestry policy, energy policy, that all are the complement of legislative and policy efforts to set the framework for Jamaica to be able to achieve the ambitious targets which we have set. Recently, we updated our NDC, June 2020, raising our targets 25.4% when you compare it to business as usual, and 28.5, I believe it is, when you take into consideration international support, more than 60% from our last NDCs. So you can see that Jamaica is really, though we are among the low emitters, we are among the larger countries in terms of our effort, our commitment, and our action.
And those are some high targets, and it's good to see that they're on paper. Madam Gordon, how do you think we're going to meet them?
I think I would step back a little bit to talk about the process, Paula. and to remind us that the process of us acceding to the convention and then to get to Paris, which was a real call to action, another call to action, that this is what it is all about, that the international community coming together in consensus, because the climate change convention is a consensus convention. And therefore, the developed countries having mass emissions, and we say all the time that we are the least emitters, but we are also setting targets. This is our contribution. We are in it together. And I think that's the message that we want to send, that this is consensus. When we sit at the table in these negotiations, we want you to, there is this level of respect that we are making our contribution and we need you to make yours at the level and scale so that all population and no one is left behind. I think that is really what it is. And so the targets that we have set in our NDC is based on our national circumstances, grounded in the science, grounded in the data that we have here, grounded in the policy decisions that the government has made. And I think that's important as well, that we didn't go and model esoteric numbers. We modeled the policy decisions that the government over time has made. And when I say the government, I'm not talking about the party, I'm talking about the government of Jamaica has made in terms of what is it that we can do as a people to contribute to this global effort. And so you will see that really ambitious targets. If we are able to implement those policies, then we would have met our target. And we are well on our way. Take, for example, one, the introduction of renewable energy. I mean, look at Wigton Wind Farm. Where I don't need to say anything more about that and what it is putting in the energy mix. The solar farm in Westmoreland, Paradise, and the one in Clarendon, those are part of our own targets. And as we move along in this way, we have to remember that this is a consensus, that the world has came together, and Paris was another call to action. What else can we do?
And you've mentioned this. Can you quickly share with the persons who haven't yet looked at it, where online they can take a look at this implementation plan?
The nationally determined contribution, which is the document that we call the NDC, lovingly called the NDC. If you go on the UNFCCC, which is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change website, Jamaica has a page on that. Every country that is party to the convention and the Paris Agreement has a page on that website. And on the Jamaica page, you can find all the documents that Jamaica has submitted as part of its reporting requirement, because there is reported requirement. You can't say to the world that I'm going to reduce emissions without any report on that. There are reports, our national circumstances in our national communications, and we are on to our 4th national communications now, just setting out clearly what it is that we have in terms of national circumstances, but also why we go to the international community. Our colleague from the EU mentioned as the largest donor. Why do we go to the EU and say, well, we need help? The data is there to support all of that.
Good. And I know that folks are going to be heading to that site right now to take a look. Now, Minister, I want to follow up because I was leading to that question. It's good to hear these commitments. How is government linking these commitments to climate and sustainability policies and practices here on the ground?
So when we speak about our updated NDC, we have specific sectors that account for that 60% increase in ambition. Our land use change, which encompasses the 3 billion trees program and other programs. Our, for instance, the renewable energy for the energy sector. In addition, we also have a lot of work taking place now in terms of restructuring and advancing a strong electric vehicle policy. So there's a lot being done to set the framework in Jamaica. You have to remember that we, with the support of the EU, with the support of our developed partners from UK and other strong partnerships that we've been able to develop, we have been leaders in this discussion way before I became minister. And we have also been blessed with opportunities. Our Prime Minister serves, you have heard Dana Lynn say, as one of 3 selected global leaders that UN Secretary General asked to really drive the discussion on climate financing. I serve as co-chair of NDC Partnership. And so in addition to all that we are doing as a country, we are also given opportunities and platforms to speak on international perspectives. So we speak on behalf of and with AOSIS and with other bodies to drive the narrative around several important issues. But there are a lot of moving parts around the climate change discussion. We do so to make sure that it's not just about us. We're taking care of our business, but we recognize, as Frederick said, that this is about all of the partners coming together and not saying it's your responsibility, it's just your fault. And that's why Jamaica, despite knowing that we're one of the lower emitters, we have such an ambitious mitigation target. And at the same time, we fight boldly to get the financing that is needed for us to drive activities into the rural communities, like the Essex Valley project that you know, the water sustainability project, that's from climate change. You have agriculture projects, energy projects, you have across all sectors. We have local,
connected with
local
projects on the
now.
ground.
Yes, local, which is going to be in the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development or Rural Development. So there's several tentacles from the actions that we're taking at the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change through the Climate Change Division.
There are these tentacles, as you've mentioned, so many different areas that have to be looked at. I'd like to address our 2 ladies, Senator Fraser-Binns, you first. What are the priority areas that you have been advocating for as relates to climate change action and sustainability?
I'm so happy that you asked me after Minister spoke, because it is quite true that you can't deal with the issue of climate change in a single way. It is interconnected in every way. So we talk about we spoke about the trees, that's a tick. But one of the things that we have not done enough of is looking at, for example, development. So development of creation of green cities. Increasingly, you find that more and more high-rise buildings are going up, or multi-family buildings are being erected. But what we have not done is we haven't really stopped to truly think about how is this going to impact the environment. And so one of the things that I have been doing is I've been looking at our laws, because in addition to all the work that the ministry has been doing, the fact remains that our laws have not kept pace with the activities in the ministry. And so to that extent, I have been advocating for an amendment or review, or for example, of NEPA, the NRCA Act. You do know that the NRCA Act is the main legislation that deals with the protection of the environment. Not the only one, but the main one. And I know that the minister also supports that call, because it is a passion he also has. And so we have been calling the opposition, and we have tabled through myself in the Senate a motion for a joint select committee to be established to review the NRCA Act, to look at things such as the penalties. I mean, presently, if you breach a provision in NRCA, such as destroying mangroves, it's $50,000, $100,000. That is really pecuniary compared to the effect it has on the environment. And so that's one of the things that we have been doing. We have also, again, just following what the minister said, and through the spokesperson council, trying to work with my colleagues to ensure that we understand that the issue of the environment is interconnected. So from time to time, you would have seen joint statements between myself and perhaps the spokesperson on water or the spokesperson on local government, because we understand that all these issues correlate and impact on the environment, and we have to work together. So those are the 2 main things that I've been working on.
And it sounds like 2 areas that would be of interest to Dr. Rodriguez Moody. Mentioned development, the environment. Dr. Moody?
Right. So climate change is cross-cutting. And what that really means is that it touches every aspect of our lives. And so when we talk about development, as we mentioned, we have to think about how are these commitments that we're making at the international level, how they're trickling down with how we are making decisions. So it's not just about how we design the road, where we place the road, for example, it's about how we construct the road, right? And so we're seeing some of those issues where, case in point, again, the mangroves, you know, roads are being constructed, mangroves are being impacted, but at the same time, we've made a commitment to protect mangrove forests or to restore mangrove forests. We're still approving developments that involve removing large-scale areas of healthy forests. So part of what we are advocating for at Jamaica Environment Trust is the protection of our natural environment. You know, we depend on the environment for everything, and long-standing problems don't change with the snap of a finger. And one of the things that we recognized years ago was that working with young people, working with youth, and helping them to understand the importance and the value that the environment has on every aspect of their life is important. So we have, and we've recognized that the law, the legislation, that is a very important aspect of getting these things done right. Without stronger fines, without stronger, you know, that enforcement aspect of it, then we can continue to talk, but it's just talk.
You are leading right into my next question. Minister, it's coming right at you, because over the years, we've seen the players in the extractive industry, in the construction industry, get away with a little slap on the wrist, a $5,000 fine for breaches of these rules, of these laws. So how can we in good faith demand adaptation funds on the global stage when we have such weak enforcement of environmental regulations here?
So, you know, when I took this position, and I accepted the invitation to serve in September last year, the next day I got that question. and I laughed and I said, you know, it's a part of leadership. You assume the legacy of everything, and you also assume or what is assumed is that you agree with everything. That's just not true. The reality is that we are, as a country, we are way ahead of where we used to be. A lot of work has been done and is being done and will continue to be done for us to be able to speak loudly that we protect our environment. There are several cases that cause me to lose sleep. Some of it is not within my particular responsibility and purview, but it's still my responsibility and purview. And how we respond to that is, firstly, we are currently reviewing and amending the NRCA. We are currently reviewing and amending enforcement of all the laws relating to issues where people impact our ecology. We are party to and signing and becoming signatories to more international commitments that reflect Jamaica's very bold statement towards sustainable development. But we have to appreciate also what the definition of sustainable development is. It does not mean that we will never have development. And that's not in any way to put a band-aid over what occurs and has occurred in our country. We have to find a way to judiciously, I'd say, increase the impact of our penalties, the mechanism for enforcement, because I can tell you as an attorney, I hear it all the time, I listen to it and I smile, because I served as a prosecutor in DPP, dealing with these issues. You could change the laws and have the heaviest penalties in the world. You don't have a mechanism to enforce. You're just talking. So as a minister, as the government, We don't have the latitude to just react. We have to see the broader context of, for instance, jobs that are impacted if we go and shut down an entire industry that is impacting our environment. And so where do you find that balance? It's difficult. I wish I could just go, you're out, but I can't. And so a part of what we have to deliberate on is what we're doing now, setting the framework, modifying our laws, but most importantly, developing the national initiatives that are going to create the kind of society where everyone understands what their responsibility is. And so not just the government, the people in the community who are getting jobs there will be the ones at the gate saying no more. That means we have to raise awareness. We spoke about it with the British High Commissioner, and we're getting support from partners to see how we can build up that kind of capacity for the younger generation, so that when they sit in this chair, the discussions that they will have will not be a repeat of the things I have to contend with. So, you know, I want all who are listening to appreciate that at least I get it. I want all change to occur right now, but I also know, based on experience, that the best way to reach that goal is to have a clear strategy and to be consistent in pulling things in one at a time as we move. You have to keep on shouting, keep on agitating, because we need you. Because believe me, that voice helps me. Sometimes it may seem like it is against the Minister of Environment. It's not. It is the kind of support we need to have the collective movement towards a transformation of how we think and operate. It's not easy. It's not the simple algebra. It's that complex equation that takes into consideration the several, not just ecological, but economic considerations that people may not see that are important. So our ministry is the interconnection of all of those things towards two things: sustainable development and building of resilience in our country.
Understood. And perhaps more events like these will help with the transparency and the visibility of all of those considerations, so we can understand what's happening when it appears that there is not much or not enough being done.
Una may will tell you that I am the greatest advocate for these types of events. I am here. This is my Sabbath. And I consider, and trust me, you can't get me out on a Saturday. So I'm here because it's that important. And she will also tell you how often I'm in the office bawling down, we need more forum, we need more youth events. So again, you know, when you sit in the seat, you have to be strong and your back has to be broad enough to take the missiles, because you can't get up and say, well, I want that too. You have to get up and find a way to get it done. And that's what we are doing. The Climate Change Division should be lauded. It's a small, they're the mitochondria of this issue in the Caribbean, not just Jamaica. They are that energy molecule for the Caribbean. And so we recognize the weight of responsibility. The balance between our built and natural space is a difficult one, but it is one that this ministry is fit to achieve, because when you talk about the several developments, we are talking just yesterday about integrating urban forestry so that the buildings that go up will also have spaces for you to have the trees and the plants and biodiversity. We're speaking about ways to strengthen our laws, to put in place no-build zones. There are several things that we've been talking about since I was at St. Peter and Paul.
And that work, that energy that is being generated by the ministry is something that, as you've said, has to be balanced by the public and by the youth with their agitation. And it's interesting that climate change is not now just something to wave a placard about, but it's now being seen as a bread and butter issue. And Dr. Rodriguez Moody, I want to bring this question to you. What role do you see entrepreneurship playing, where we're now combining making my living in this whole march to net zero and climate action in general?
Well,
Very important, very critical. You know, you can't solve the problems of tomorrow with the solutions or the technology of yesterday. And there has to be constantly research and new technologies coming up. And every day we see that. And young people have that energy and have that knowledge and have that commitment to working and finding solutions. And you're seeing where, and we saw some today, earlier today, and those are really good examples. If we turn our problems into a potential opportunity to earn money, to fix, for a solution, then you'll see more of these. I think you'll see more solutions being turned out. If it has an opportunity to create jobs, if it has an opportunity to put money on the table, that bottom line, then you will see more and more solutions coming up. And we need to create that enabling environment for starting new businesses, and especially for young people to get into those type of businesses. Because of course it's one thing to say it, but if it's so difficult to start a business, if it's so difficult to get into coming up with these things, then it's going to deter a lot of people. But it's very important, very critical.
And to allow young people to feel comfortable or confident stepping into that space, they need the framework that you're speaking about, Minister. We have a question here from online. The question is, what is the timeline for developing this framework, and what kind of action is taking place while we're developing this framework?
So we are way ahead. So we launched our NDC implementation plan already. So that's ticked off. We have already gone to perhaps the final stages of amendments in several laws and policies in our ministry. And we have quietly been very consistent. If you look in the parliament, we have laid the most policies out of the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment, and Climate Change. So we are way ahead when it comes on to developing the framework. But this is an evolving issue. And so the discussions will never stop. It will never become stagnant, or, well, I hope, never be static. So we should always be talking about how we're going to implement incentives for companies to change or repurpose how they are operating, so that the jobs can move towards being more sustainable jobs. And when we talk about the companies that are, for instance, operating in ways that breach regulations, we have to find a way to incentivize the industries so they can transform their own operation. That's, we have to take a realistic approach. And so we are doing that right now. And I'd say that within from September 2020 towards, I'd say, March 2022, if you track it, you'll see significant improvement and updates in policy and frameworks when it comes on to all of the portfolio areas. And then when you talk about climate change, housing, in terms of climate resilient housing, is critical. So we have two big policies that are way down the wicket. The updated climate change policy, which is, again, comprehensive in terms of its steering the argument, and our national policy on housing. And the two intersect in terms of how important the issue of resilience is. So when you ask, I would say that we are already doing it, but there's much more to be done.
Any kind of time targets you can share with us? Go ahead.
I think one of the thing with the policy making process, and as a student of environmental policy minister, that the policy making process is an ongoing process. And I'll take an example. The climate change policy framework for Jamaica was promulgated in 2015. The work was completed in 2015. At that time, there was no Paris Agreement. So by the time the policy went through the parliament, the Paris Agreement was there, and Jamaica acceded to the Paris Agreement. The process of updating that policy started immediately. We have an updated policy now. And so that policy making process that we speak about, that framework that we speak about, that comes in with the policy, but also with the action plans to go with it. It is there, the framework is there. The National Determined Contribution, the NDC, we went a step further. We are one of the few countries that have an implementation plan because it might change. And as you implement the action, it is there is that expectation, Paula, that more things will come on stream and therefore we can. So let us take that policy making process, that the framework of government's engagement and planning and framework as this dynamic process that is being managed. And I think from a climate change point of view, which is in my purview to speak, I think that process, Minister, as you know, is being managed. We have a green paper now, the review, the updated policy. We have the NDC, which was updated in the pandemic. Let us not forget that. We had the updated NDC. We were the 11th country in the world to have had that updated NDC in the pandemic. We submitted that document, the cabinet interrogated that document and we submitted it. So that the process of policy making, the dynamism of the policy making process needs to be understood so that we can, and therefore the voice of the youth, the voice of the private sector, the voice of the disabled community that comes into that dynamic process. I think it was Janelle and Dana Lynn that spoke about the justice issue. That issue is very new. Post Glasgow, we may have to start the process again of looking at justice and migration, which was never there before. And therefore that continuity and that march towards just getting it right all the time. The critical thing is that the population remain engaged at all levels.
I think what it is coming from this question is that we may understand that it needs to be agile, the process, and responsive to what's happening globally. It's perhaps that finding a way to even set short-term targets or will help the public to understand that things are moving and to say, well, we need to redo this particular policy and it perhaps will take about 3, 4, 5 months for this to happen instead of just a general space of things happening without people being able to monitor to say, but we're hearing about this for a long time.
The policy making process in Jamaica is clearly defined in the Constitution, in the laws and the acts of Jamaica.
Yes.
A policy takes this amount of time. I think the policy making process here, I think it's 5 years. You review the policy, you go to consultation, there is a consultation code of conduct. You have the stakeholder consultation, you go to green paper, you go to white paper.
Understood.
It is clearly targeted and clearly segmented. And I think what we do in terms of the implementation of the policy is where we should be going. How long it will take us to implement these actions. I think one of the challenge we have, and I sit back and look as a citizen of Jamaica, and not the director of the climate change division, but as a citizen of Jamaica, why we have taken these bold steps in terms of policy making, is that we have an implementation deficit in terms of policy. We have a policy and it's there. That's not the end all. It must be implemented. And I think that's where the question is coming from, and the boldness of that question, which we take on board as well.
And the conversation can continue
Yes.
as we share.
Yes.
In the conversation, Minister, you mentioned that you are now looking at incentives, and that leads into another question we had online that was asking about the efficacy of actions that have been taken against companies found to be contributors or causes of severe pollution, and are fines enough? So it sounds like we're stepping away and it's not just fines. You are working on a...
So, the reality is that what we have to move towards is stronger legislation, clear and definitive policy, effective enforcement, but most importantly, a community of persons who are aware that if you put your economic perspective before the environmental, there will be no economic perspective to get or gain to receive in 20 years. So we have to appreciate now that as a government, as a minister, what you have to do is sit down and map it and say, all right, I would like to cut that head off right now. But what's best for this community? And how do I advance this environmental stewardship while also respecting that there is a child that has to go to school that is paid by this? There's a lot of things to balance. So the short answer is yes, we continue to review and examine and amend, but I am pushing towards a perspective that is going to do what you said, pull persons to transform their operation and to see it as economically beneficial to them. People are driven by their own perspective. We are all sitting on this one platform, and the different cameras view us from different angles. Somebody might just see you alone and say, Paul is up there alone. So I have to appreciate their perspective and say to myself, what can I do to not accommodate, but to create the enabling environment that is going to compel them and persuade them to move to a space where, yes, people can still benefit from employment, but they can also find it feasible economically to transform. That's why I'm looking on, for instance, when you talk about reducing our dependency on fossil fuels and moving to eco, we have to look on the framework of laws that are going to help you to be able to bring that kind of vehicle into Jamaica. Is it viable now to do so? Maybe not. So why would I change from fossil fuel? So those are the things that we are discussing now. Practical, pragmatic ways to create this environment where we are going to be able to live together. Finally, because I can see Sophia's kicking me. Yeah. She did it when you couldn't see everyone. Finally, we may have to shut some things down. Don't get me wrong. I am not afraid. After we've done all of our consultations and discussions to say, listen, we've tried. You can't stay in the mix because you can't find a way to create this judicious balance. That day may come. We haven't reached there yet. We're still in the stage of being able to negotiate and define what is going to lead Jamaica to sustainable development. But I say it boldly, when we reach that point where decisions have to be made to say to certain industries, listen, tata, we are going to have find a way to fill that gap. Find personally, because you way
given, then his permit will be revoked. Then I believe that that company is going to be forced to go over time to ensure that they're in compliance. And so these are some of the things, and I do understand the fallout that is likely to ensue, but I think that sometimes we have to make a lesson out of one person. If you recall the decision of the Supreme Court, and I can't speak too much because it may be sub judice if it's been appealed, but a particular development, the order was made for a particular development to be knocked down because of certain breaches. And since that, in my capacity as an attorney, I know that developers have been extremely conscious about how far they want to go with their development before receiving either modification or approval. And that has been a lesson to a lot of developers whose mindset have now changed because they understand the implication, the financial implication that can ensue from not adhering to rules. And perhaps, I understand the effect on, persons and their livelihood, but if we make an example out of one, then it will be a lesson for all.
Okay, so once the law has teeth, people
The
will be
enforcement that the minister
of the
spoke about.
bite.
Yes.
We have enforcement. So people listening, in 10 seconds, I can hear your phone. 10 seconds. The NEPA is not an agency of the ministry.
No, it's
but
not.
NEPA does have evaluation and several conditions and enforcement that is affected on all of those issues. So all of the pollution matters that we have, there's never been one where there has not been a consequent evaluation and sanction. The question that I may pose and others may pose is whether or not that sanction is sufficient. And that is why we are currently amending the law. That is why we are currently in consultation with all of the agencies that relate to these matters to see how we can do it better. Because the reality is, even for those corporations and business that are breaching or polluting inadvertently or otherwise, if they don't protect the environment, they won't make any money later on anyway. So we are pushing that message. The Renew Jamaica campaign that we have is going to create corporate stakeholder partnerships that will be able to drive the message to them, go into their corporations, help them to go through and evaluate their own operations and see where they can transform to be better environmental stewards.
Understood. Understood. You've mentioned NEPA. We're going into a space where there are other organizations like JET that are closely monitoring what's happening, the balance between enforcing the laws and what's happening. And we've heard the voices of those organizations like JET for some time, but sometimes it seems like the lone voice. What is JET doing to facilitate community participation? For example, are you working with other grassroots organizations to get some kind of groundswell, a stronger voice?
The lone voice, yeah, I'm recent in this post, but you're right. You don't have a lot of voices. Advocacy is hard work, and it does require boldness and to be able to have a broad back to take criticism. People don't necessarily like to hear things. But as you said, you can't do it alone. Advocacy, it just won't work if you try to do it alone. And so you have to work with other organizations. So yes, we do work with other organizations. When we do ours, for example, in the past, when we've had our schools environment program, which is one of the longest running schools programs in about 24 years, we worked with different NGOs across the island to help us to implement those programs. When you're doing certain projects in different communities, because that's what you do, you work with smaller communities. You can't just go into the communities and just start working. It is best, if you want to have the results, it is best to work with the communities, but oftentimes, or the community groups, but oftentimes, people reach out to JET because they've reached out to maybe the government organizations and they've not been able to get a response. And so they ask JET to assist, or they ask maybe some other organization to assist, and that we take that role seriously because, of course, they're concerned about the environment, and we're happy that they're concerned about the environment because we're also concerned about the environment. And so we try to work with them So it's not just about helping them to maybe fix a problem, if it, whatever it is, but it's also about helping them to become more aware, right?
And you are amplifying their voices
Right.
as well.
So, recently we've had people come to us about issues, roadworks affecting them. And they don't know necessarily how to do it, how to get their voices. They may have called an agency and not gotten a proper response, and they reach out to JET, and JET assists to help them to amplify, because you cannot do it alone. You can't do it alone. I remember when I was a teenager and I saw mangroves being removed. And my father was in the environmental space, and I asked him, I said, what do I do? And he said, oh, you have to call NEPA, you have to call this person. And I tried and I got no response. And it is disheartening. And I think that's why you have the role of NGOs in this space, to assist communities, to help them to fight, or to get their voices heard.
And the voice of the community is always one that is taken seriously when we have an election. And you have the different parties listening to the community voices and including their problems in the manifesto to say that we are making commitments to help you with these challenges. And in both party manifestos for the recent elections, general elections, there were comments on climate action. So for both of you, Senator Fraser-Binns, Minister, how have these been implemented over the past year? And the minister looks at you first. The minister looks at you.
My answer will be much shorter, because regrettably we are in opposition. But notwithstanding the fact, first of all, in arriving at our position on the environment and climate change, we did not sit at 89 Old Oak Road and just type some things. We had, the manifesto was led by Senator Damian Crawford, and we had several sessions with different persons, including young people, to get their views. And it is through those views that we were able to put together a position in terms of what the People's National Party stands for, as it relates to the environment protection and climate change. Now, as we're in opposition, we are limited as to what we can do. But what we have not done is to lay down and say we can't do anything. So we have whether it is through writing articles speaking for the importance of balancing the environment with climate change, whether it is, environment with economy, whether it is meeting with stakeholders, including the Honorable Minister, who was so gracious to meet with us when we asked him. We have met with different stakeholders, the former British High Commissioner, because we want to understand their perspective on climate change and the environment. And we also want to hear from them, what can we as opposition do to ensure that the issue of the environment is not a political issue, but a national issue. We have also met with youth groups, so we also met with the Youth Council, and we have engaged and we have sought to work with them. We met with JET to see how we can partner with them, because we understand and appreciate that at the end of the day, whether you are orange, you are green, or you're nothing at all, just black, green, and gold, then the issue of the environment is everybody's business. And today, the Jamaica Labour Party leads the government. Tomorrow, the People's National Party will lead the government. But the environment continues. The environment doesn't need JLP or PNP. The PNP and the JLP need the environment. And so that is what we have done. And we will continue to work with them. I know that the minister is trying his best to see how quickly he can accommodate me, because we want to have a little talk with him one-on-one before he leaves for Glasgow on Wednesday, and his office has been very gracious in accommodating us. So, we continue that working together, that partnership, because as I said, the environment is for all of us.
Black, green, and gold.
Black, green, and gold.
So, I think that the Jamaica Labour Party, the administration led by our Prime Minister in our second tenure, we have established a respect for the environment in terms of the efforts made by government since 2016 to boldly protect areas, to designate areas as protected, to advance the framework of laws and policies, and to put in place bold targets. The Prime Minister is the one who launched the 3 million trees in 3 years target. So does it mean that we expect that everyone in the population is just going to embrace and say, well, you have ticked off environment? No, the environmental issues are coming from such a place that we are going to take years to really and truly achieve the partnership between parties, stakeholders, private and public, that is needed for us to effectively achieve sustainable environmental practices. But I can say, and I can say proudly, that our Prime Minister and Cabinet have made decisions that have never been made before in terms of moving us forward. And we continue to do so, which is why I believe the Prime Minister and myself, Una May and others in the government operation have been identified as leaders on these various topics. This morning, I was telling Frederick that this morning I was speaking on online virtual in Saudi Arabia, speaking about the green initiative there and how we're going to strengthen partnership to get support in Jamaica. I mean, there are weeks where Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm up at 3 a.m. messaging Una May, and she's saying, I'm in a meeting. I'm like, what's happening? Because we have to be tackling the time zones and really pushing the narrative that Jamaica is about the environmental agenda and climate action. We have a lot more to do. But we can say so far that we have made several strides and supported also organizations, NGOs, to give them financial and technical support. This last month, I was in a big meeting trying to pull for millions of dollars to be brought in for NGOs in Jamaica for them to do their work, because there is no effective protection of the environment in isolation. No one body, no one component of our society is going to do. Because it's not the government that is living here, it's the people and the government, everyone together. So I can say that we have approached the environmental and climate change issues in a different way. And I close by highlighting, for instance, the Prime Minister's decision to have this interconnected ministry, which is a very bold decision. Never before has urban renewal been taken out as a portfolio. It has taken us some time to get it moving. And I think everybody appreciates that we're in a pandemic. So there are certain things that will be delayed, but we are getting going. And a big part of urban renewal is the environmental connectivity to make urban forestry and integration of our purpose planted spaces across all of the heavily trafficked areas be something that becomes a norm in Jamaica. So I believe that we can strongly defend our manifesto in comparison to what we are doing. And I think we can also strongly project that the government of the day is serious about ensuring environmental protection and climate action.
Minister, I'm coming right back at you after having said that. There are some hot topic issues or hot button issues, and we're moving away from the land conversation to the coastal conversation. Now, we've heard in the panels before, we know that climate change is largely caused by entities outside of Jamaica. So there's a few things that we can do, relatively speaking, as a nation. One of those things, though, is protecting our mangroves, which are arguably one of the strongest support areas when we could look at mitigating climate change and the impact. So what's happening with teeth for those entities that are removing mangroves wide scale, large scale, as a part of development and construction? So I understand the balance between, yes, development and being sustainable. But when you look at how important mangroves are, what are your thoughts?
All right, so two things. I am a scientist. I'm a pure and applied scientist. That's my background. And so it doesn't take long for me to appreciate the efficacy of that argument, because I used to go out and do environmental assessments. I've planted mangroves. And so I know that through the forestry department, we are doing work. And right now we are doing work to create more partnerships to be able to plant more mangroves across the country, and to protect more mangroves across the country. Doesn't mean that there aren't still some actions that I may find repugnant and that I may define as needing re-examination. There are several species now, not just in terms of damaging mangroves, but even in the informal settlements that are being created in spaces that are vulnerable environmentally, that we have to create a better mechanism to respond to, or to proactively combat and create barriers from it occurring. What we're doing, what I have done so far, is to create a partnership with the agencies, because some of them may not come under my ministry directly, but we create the partnership with them to have the conversation and how we're going to change the law, define the policy, and get the allocation of funding to truly be able to enforce. Enforcement is a nice word, but it is difficult if you understand the action that is needed. What my responsibility is to create the priority understanding that without this enforcement, we're leaving the population at large as victims to the impacts of climate change. And I think we've done a really good job so far in terms of pushing that narrative. Secondly, again, it goes down to this balance between the economic and the environment and the ecological considerations. So there will be, if you have to build to create development spaces, there will be removement of some of our biodiversity. What I would want and what other countries desire, what we desire as a region, is for that development to be balanced in a sustainable way. Is that always done? No. And so I continue to write and have conversations and push in every platform that I have an opportunity to be heard, for that balance to not be 50-50, but it must be tipped in favor of the environment. And I maybe because my name begins with P, but I consider myself pragmatic. I remember in school I said, who are you? I said, I'm pragmatic Pernell, right? And I try to be pragmatic in how am I going to get you to say no to those thousands of jobs because it's clearing of some mangroves. I have to teach you and make you understand that without those mangroves, you ain't gonna have those jobs in the future. It's a difficult balance. At the same time, we have replanting exercises and other considerations and conditions that are put in, which also need to be enforced, right? So we have a responsibility as leaders, as community leaders, as government leaders. From my part, I get out of my office and I go on the ground. I many times, I will tell you, I'm not in, you can't find me. Why? Because I'm out there on the coastline at the development, asking the developers, what are you doing? Finding out, are you integrating sustainable practices? Writing it down, looking in their eyes and saying, listen, this is not about me. It's not about the administration. It's not about me taking a heavy hammer and saying no. It's about you understanding that if you do these things without the projection of the impact, you are going to lose money. You are going to make a bad investment. It won't be sustainable. And so we continue to preach that while we do all the other things that we spoke about before in terms of laws, in terms of policies, and in terms of programs now, such as the Sustainable Livelihoods Program, which is now in rural communities, pushing alternative livelihoods so people can move towards that transition to better practices, more environmentally sustainable practices. There's a lot being done, and there's a lot that needs to be done.
I want to, Dr. Rodriguez Moody, you've been quiet for a little while. Do you have any suggestions, any brief suggestions for the minister in this area? Because as he's explained, it's a difficult space.
It's difficult. And I understand that as we've heard, you have to balance the economics with the environment. But what makes it that much more difficult to do that balance is the fact that oftentimes there isn't a value placed on the environment. It's difficult to value ecosystem services. They will tell you these natural resource valuation techniques, and I'm not an economist, I don't know anything, I just know 2 + 2. It's difficult. But it is easier to say, oh, well, we'll have 100 jobs generated and they'll be able to send their children to school and do all of these different things. And so it is easier to understand a project that is going to generate jobs than it is to preserve a space. And so we need to be more proactive about valuing our spaces, not project by project, but on a larger scale. So we've seen different countries that have gone in and they've recognized the value of certain spaces and have basically said, listen, we're not having it. No projects are being done here. But also we have an approach, which is, I guess, the way we've always done things in the past, where we have a piece of land and we just bulldoze it down and we start and we do our foundation and everything. And we've seen examples in Mexico where they've integrated the environment into their space. So it's not about necessarily saying you cannot have a development in this location. It's how you're going to. So it's not just getting their commitment or looking at their plans. It's really seeing how their plans differ. Well, and it's not just commitment on paper, but you have to look at and examine how they have operated in other jurisdictions in the past, because anybody can say anything, right? And so I think it's important. We've said it, climate change is going to change everything about our lives. And so how we make decisions, how we make approvals, how we approve developments, how we do things has to change. And so how we build has to change, how we construct, how we, everything has to change. And so our thought process also has to change. And we have seen changes, we have seen different approaches, but we don't have time. We don't have time. I mean, we hear about the policy making decision or process is 5 years. We don't have time. You hear these young people today. We've heard them over the last couple of days. We've heard them internationally. We have to act now. And so we don't have the luxury of slowly evolving. We have to really be radical in how we do things. We have to be radical in making examples of people, because that sends a strong message, which you can't do these things anymore. We just have to change, and change is uncomfortable, but in order for us to grow, we have to change.
We have to change. And I like what you said about needing to be able to integrate what we are doing, what we're building into what currently exists as a way of preserving the environment and existing within the environment. And there's a lot of construction happening now across the island, and certainly in Kingston, for example, so many new high-rise buildings around. There's a question here from online that I'd love to ask at this time. So many high-rise buildings going up. That's a lot of people concentrated in a small space. And we already have a water problem. We have a waste disposal problem. What definitive solutions are being put in place to resolve this, to find that balance? May you want to take that?
The development agenda, and I don't want to take the question.
You'd like to give it to the minister?
I would like to give the question to the minister, but I would like to take it a little bit further. And to catch up with Teresa about the politics of pollution. And I'm not a politician. I will not go there. But there's
only politicians say that.
But there is something. There is really something in environmental science called the politics of pollution, and that balance, where you find that balance between environment and development, and population and conflict. And I think the here in Jamaica at this time is really what we are experiencing, and overburdening of that politics of pollution and this the advocacy, as Teresa says, is hard, but it is the necessary evil to keep that politics of pollution in focus. And I'm going to give the question to the minister. I remember when I started to visit Costa Rica, not dating myself, over 25 years ago, when I started to go to Costa Rica to look at the environmental movement there, and Costa Rica, that model that we all aspire to as environmentalists. And I went to the bank with a colleague of mine, and they were signing a loan, and the collateral was the tree. There, in Costa Rica at the time, if you had a tree in your yard, you could take that tree to the bank and chronicle the tree, and it becomes your collateral for that loan, for you buy a car, for you buy a thing. So the change that we want is not only a change in how we do things, but how we see things. And the environment, Costa Rica just won the Earth Prize. That change that we desire and that collaboration which Minister spoke about earlier, about how the different facets of society value the air that they breathe, the green spaces. I remember when we were having the early discussion about Emancipation Park. I was part of that early discussion, and the fight we had just to say, hell no, not another concrete building in there. And I remember the project architect of that park, which will remain nameless, said, not over my dead body, no more concrete, because a bank wanted that space to put their headquarters. So those kind of boldness that is required individually, that moves the bar for us. It continues, but as Sarita said, it's not enough. I'm going to pass the question over to the minister.
It's actually our penultimate question, as we need to be wrapping up, but we do want a response.
So let me tell you, this is a really good discussion, and I wish we can, perhaps have a part 2 and have more time. Again, as a government, we sit as the leader of this ministry or the leader of the government. You have to think wisely. And Jamaica is the first country to launch the CCRI tool.
Yes.
Which is a tool, an analytical systematic tool that's going to allow for us to contemplate the effect on our environment and the impact of climate change for all infrastructure development. Yes. That's Jamaica. That's your government. That's you. We are one of the first to launch that. And we will launch that when we go to Glasgow. Additionally, as I said, I am right now in the middle of a developer's tour where we are looking developers in the eye. I don't stay in my office. I get out. This is how I dress. I go and to listen. What are you doing? Do you have rainwater harvesting? Are you conserving water? When I went to Silver Sun, they have a 350,000 gallon tank. Do you have solar water heaters? Do you have solar in your community? What are you doing? And why do I do that? I do that because I recognize that we have to raise the priority of this issue for the persons who are making the economic decisions. So in addition to the tool, in addition to our tour, we have several other things that are being done to make sure that the government sends a message to persons who are constructing, to persons who are putting themselves into vulnerable situations, that we are serious. I'll end by just advising you. We have a squatter survey. I don't really like the name of it, but it's a survey of the informal settlements across the country. We have a consultancy right now to identify the solutions and policies to address these issues. And why I raise it is because several of the persons living in these unplanned spaces are the ones most vulnerable to and feeling the greatest impact of the environment and the climate situation. So I raise those things, and there are many other things that I could raise to let you know your government is working. Your government, however, recognizes that we have more to do, and we are setting the framework for all of us, you included, to be able to participate in climate action and environmental stewardship for Jamaica.
I love that you've taken it to that space, because my final question is to ask each of you to, from different perspectives, clearly suggest one thing that youth can do to be a part of this advocacy, of this effort, of this new way of living, being, as we move towards net zero emissions. But let's start from the far end.
Youth need to embrace the conversation and immerse themselves in understanding what this all means for them. When I think about my children, I want them to have a better life. They're young, but I still have the conversation with them. I will talk about climate change and it has no meaning to them. But if we continue to have these conversations, it's a long-standing problem that will need long-standing solutions. And we can only have those solutions if we continue the conversation. And it is, young people need to make sure that they are a part of the conversation. They are not just listening, they are the ones talking and spreading the message. Because somehow we listen to our young people a lot more than to maybe our older persons, you know, because they are just so vulnerable. They're just so precious. And so if they become more involved and we have more, you know, we heard earlier, we heard about numbers. We have some very, we know we have Eleanor, we have Janelle, we know these people, but we need more. We need more people engaged, and they need to see it as their problem, and they need to see it as everybody's problem, and bring everybody along to increase that advocacy and increase that awareness so that we can have these solutions, turn them into businesses, and start seeing a turnaround for Jamaica.
Thank you. Minister, I'm going to skip you and jump across to the senator.
Well, you know, Theresa said my one thing, which is that young people need to get the knowledge and they need to get involved. The truth is that if you ask most persons who are the environmental activists, they'll tell you Diana McCauley. It's true. That's what they're going to tell you. And part of it is because they have never seen the environment as their issue. And maybe it's because we have not done well. We as leaders have not done well to share the information with them. But it is seen as their issue, not mine. And I think that if we are to change and if we are to accentuate and give the energy to the conversation and make the changes necessary for climate change, then young persons have to avail themselves with information and get involved. When I see the work of Eleanor and Girls Care. Yes, I mean, I was so impressed the first time I spoke to them, and then I attended their graduation. I was totally blown away by the work that they're doing. And that is how young people can get involved. I want to also make an appeal, Theresa, for the Jamaica, the environmental clubs in schools as well. I know we're impacted by COVID, but that was such a springboard for so many persons to start learning about the environment. And I think that is something that we can start by expanding. Well, the funding needs to continue. And then we can start by expanding environmental schools and clubs so we can share the information and build that level of consciousness and start changing the way we think and the way we do things. So that's what I would suggest.
Thank you. Ms. Gordon.
I think I'll start at the end of the success of the Ellen and her team. And the success came about because, one, as young people, they arm themselves with the correct knowledge. I think, and then they match that with emotion. That emotion that comes with young people and that passion that comes from young people. And then that forward looking to say, we are the generation that can do something about it. Those three things. But for me, to continue to arm themselves with the knowledge so that they can advocate properly. Sometimes when you hear the advocacy, and that's what advocacy is, and I was a youth advocate in my own right. I used to do all the things that was bad in advocacy in terms of doing everything that was not right. In terms of advocacy is difficult. But if you, as the young people, they arm themselves respectfully with the knowledge, engage in the minister, I mean, you should not be afraid. Be bold. Continue to be bold, because this is what young people do, what young people do. Because I think sometimes we see the young people, they want to transcend into something else. Do what young people do for young people. And I think that's my message to them always. Be bold. The knowledge is there. Climate change itself is grounded in that intersectionality of science and the environment and everything else. And therefore, when you conflate the issues, you can't represent properly. And I think you need to represent, continue to represent.
Minister, I'm going to allow you to answer now. I'm going to ask you if you can, as you make your charge, mention, if any come to mind, the opportunities to match the charge. So if you want the young people to do this, what are the opportunities that exist as well for them to do so?
Thank you, Paula. I'm just listening to everyone and just thinking about the amount of work that we have ahead of us. It's so easy to talk. It's so easy to be emotional charged and passionate about. But we have to find ways to get people to accept the importance and then to act. It means we have to be wise in how we articulate. That's why I'm here. I am here now because I value young people, because I know how important it is. Because I was a young advocate, and I know how it is at that point in time to be hyper-focused and combating, and that's important. So everyone has their stage and their responsibility. But beyond what has been said, I would want young people to be problem solvers. I would want young people to start agitating more, not just in voice, but in inventing, be innovators, come up with solutions, come up with some type of weird equipment that everybody in the community will tell you it never worked, but it ends up becoming a global solution. And we've done it. You have people in Jamaica who have made a few things that end up being used to help in America. We have youngsters in Jamaica coming to me to seek support to get patents. That's where I think we can have the greatest impact, in addition to being informed and being the voice. Become the innovators. There was a panel that I think I was on once where we evaluated a few youngsters. And even before I came into this ministry, I was in another panel evaluating another group of youngsters who would have been given support, technical and financial, to come up with ideas, to come up with sustainable ideas. I think that is the way forward. I mentioned two final things. The government has been one of the single leaders in terms of minimizing plastic, in terms of our legislation. We have one of the strongest pieces of legislation, but still you see that in communities, yes, you don't see scandal bags as much, but what we want to change in terms of the outcome hasn't changed at the degree that we desire. I think that you could have young people in communities taking up those mantles and putting in place solutions and getting support from government to be able to effect solutions in your home, on your road, in your space, creating recycling operations across your community, your school, your church. Get up and just start and get involved. And if you need support, I'm sure I can find the money, because I know Una Megor sits right over there. The 'cause 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 'c now